Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Lehnsherr and you're watching a compilation of my series Car of Thoughts, in which we drive through the German countryside, explore it and answer all kinds of questions related to Germany and the German language. Enjoy!
All on board, what should I do?
Ich weiß.
Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Lehnsherr and you're watching Get Germanized, a Q&A about Germany and Germans with two special guests today. MC Kevin on my left, hello, and Vlog Dave in the back. You know Vlog Dave also has a channel about Germany and Germans, and Kevin is just plainly awesome. And we're going to answer some questions that you guys have asked and discuss further when other topics come up, and you get the chance to look at the beautiful German countryside. So let's start off with the first question. Let me just go real quick on my Instagram because that is where I'm going to pull the questions from today. Later maybe from other sources, but for now Instagram it is. Okay, so have you been to the USA before, and if not, would you like to go, and where, and maybe why as well? Maybe Kevin, you want to start?
Okay, first off, I was not there yet, and of course I wanted to go there. I want to travel the world actually. I want to be at most places, certain locations there. Yeah, like some famous cities like New York are probably good experiences, or LA or New Orleans, for example.
Mm-hmm. Our friend Chris lives in San Diego, so
San Diego.
We should probably go there at some point too, and pay her a visit. Same for me. I've never really. I have been to Georgia and I enjoyed it. I really did. But I would also like to see more of the country itself, like you also mentioned. San Diego, maybe LA, San Francisco, New York, the big ones. But I would also like to see all the, what's it called? The nature, the national parks, actually. That was the word I was looking for. Not sure like what the names of all those places are. Dave, do you know?
I think, is it Yosemite National Park, the one with the big trees?
Yosemite.
Well, close.
Yosemite is also good. Yeah. Yosemite.
Hi there, by the way. And yeah, interesting question. I think San Diego would be definitely a choice because our mutual friend Chris lives there, as we've already pointed out. Yeah, of course, the major cities that you know from TV and, series and stuff, and just in general, but also like maybe desert-like regions would be interesting, because I think everything that's really different from what Germany is like is really interesting, at least to me. So exploring new places in terms of environments and all that kind of stuff, that should be very interesting. So yeah.
And maybe also experience Las Vegas.
Las Vegas, yeah. Even though I hear sometimes that, it is quite obvious that it is like a fake place. It's all about, I guess, gambling and like flashy neon signs and stuff like that. But in the day, apparently, it's not that pretty at all. Makes sense, right? In the nighttime, it's supposed to be really cool and fun, but also very exhausting for people who live there. I think I've talked to one person that lived in Las Vegas before, and he said he never goes to the Strip. That's like where all the main attractions are, I think, or the main tourism takes place. He never goes there really because it's just too much. But I would like to see it once at least, for a visit at least. Yeah. So I would also like to see other places like Area 51 in Nevada and stuff like that.
Because everyone can just go there.
Yeah, of course. Or S7, S4, the other secret bases they got there. just go there.
Never I've actually heard of that one before.
Oh, really?
No.
I'm a bit of a conspiracy theory fan, so
okay, I see.
I listened to Bob Lazar and stuff like that. He apparently re-engineered alien spacecraft for the US government and shit like that, so it was really interesting. And apparently all that took place in not in Area 51, but in S4 or S7. something like that. I mean, it's just a theory, obviously, and I'm not sure if it's true or not. It would be cool, but yeah, I'm a sucker for everything sci-fi, so that was interesting to me.
Yeah.
And also interesting because, you know, they have the, like, it's pretty much official now that Area 51 exists, right? As far as I know, at least, or it's at least common knowledge, kind of. I wonder if they, by now, have super secret bases that are far more advanced somewhere else, because all the attention is only kind of on Area 51. If something like that exists, it would make sense, I think, to just build it somewhere else in secret. And Area 51 is just kind of a puppet facility.
Oh.
Like a mountain with a base with a Stargate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that exists, right?
Like Mount Massive, the one from Outlast,
Yep.
for instance, or the Hive in Resident Evil, which is also pretty similar, because you have like a normal house on top, on the surface basically, and a whole laboratory complex underneath. So yeah, stuff like that. I think it really, like, that definitely exists. I mean, that's also an interesting topic. Very different though, but I just actually watched a documentary about German bunkers.
Bunkers?
From
bunkers.
the First World War and Second World War, and also the GDR bunkers for Erich Honecker, for instance, the former German president of the GDR. Very interesting to see those nowadays. So that's definitely also worth a look. Pretty much, you can find many different documentaries about those things on YouTube, by the way. Yeah.
I've never actually been to a German bunker like that. I think in Berlin you can also take bunker tours. Pretty cool. I would like to do that at some point, at least. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're not that spectacular, but it's just still interesting.
Yeah.
I think.
And also, like, maybe as lost places. I mean, that's something that we are also very interested in, all of us. And we also plan on going to some lost places in the future. Maybe in this area, for instance, of Germany, and somewhere else. So that might also be interesting. What do you think about lost places? And would you like us to go there? Would you like us to film something there at some point, maybe? Yeah, feel free to tell us.
I've only been to one lost place so far. Some old Kurklinik in Sachsen, which is like a wellness place, like a hospital, kind of. It looked at least like a hospital.
Or like a treatment center?
Like a treatment center, yeah, like a rehab, kind of, not for rehab, obviously. It just
Rehab.
yeah, it was a lost place already. It was completely broken down, and glass shattered everywhere and stuff like that. Even empty syringes lying around and shit. It was pretty dodgy looking. I even made a video about my visit there on Life the World, my vlog channel, that I haven't really attended to in quite some time, to be honest. But it exists if you want to check it out. Generally, you can, yes, visit lost places, but keep in mind, guys, that it's not always legal to do so. And in Berlin, I think there's even like an old amusement park I've recently seen. That is a really cool lost place, like a crazy looking amusement park with like very psychedelic looking rides and carousels and stuff like that, with like massive clown faces and shit like that. Similar to Luna Park near Melbourne or Geelong or something like that. I think it's Melbourne actually, now that I'm thinking about it, if you know Australian theme parks, that is. Anyway, and just Luna Park isn't a lost place, but that park in Berlin or near Berlin looks like that and is a lost place. But they have like guards with machine guns and dogs and shit like that by now, I think. Security, because so many people broke in there and just looked at it.
Oh, yeah.
And probably partied and had sex and all of that.
How dare they do that?
Yeah, how dare they? But yeah, I mean, all in all, lost places are pretty interesting. Kevin, have you ever been to one?
No, I haven't.
What do you think about it? Would you like to go, or do you think like,
probably like some histories to look at.
Yeah, I always feel a bit like, oh, they could catch us any minute now.
Yeah.
That's a bit weird.
I mean,
but
I guess that's also part of the fun.
Yeah.
Like, for at least for some people, like the kick that you get because of just being there. And also another very interesting place, I think, is the Belitz Heilstätten in Berlin, which is pretty much a sanatorium complex with many different buildings, which is abandoned or has been abandoned for a couple of years now. And that will also be worth a visit, definitely. So
A sanatorium, like an asylum.
yeah, right.
Holy
yeah,
shit.
Asylum, yeah. Asylum complex.
In where?
Berlin.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
That would be cool. I mean, going to Berlin in general is also always worth a visit. So yeah, maybe one can combine that at some point.
Kevin, have you been to Berlin before?
Yes, I have.
For a class trip or?
For a class trip, yes. For the last class trip of my class.
Of your life.
Of your life.
I'm not in school anymore, so it was my last class trip.
What did you think about the city?
It was nice. I didn't really visited that much big cities by that time, but in hindsight, yeah, it was good. The subway system is better than in Cologne.
Oh yeah, because Kevin also lived in Cologne for a while, so he knows the difference.
Yeah.
Anything else about the architecture? What did you look at? Did you go to the main attractions?
Yeah, we did go to some main attractions like Checkpoint Charlie, for example, or there was a concentration camp near Berlin. What was it called? The next one near Berlin. We were there. We're also in Tropical Island.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
This big ass biodome.
This big Zeppelin dome, form of a Zeppelin dome that was made into a resort, basically.
Oh, that was a Zeppelin dome. I didn't know that.
It was a Zeppelin dome.
Very interesting. Basically, what it is, it's like a big resort, similar to Center Parks, if you know Center Parks, where they have built, a tropical island inside with like very hot climate. They even have like holiday homes there, little huts where you can sleep over, and they have like a huge water area, like a huge pool with, I think, a bar that you can swim to, right? Or something like that.
Yes, there was too.
So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, there was a beach where you could play beach volleyball and so.
By the way, not sponsored, but
No.
it just sounds really cool. I would like to go there. I've never been there, but because to be honest, I don't go swimming that often here in Germany in these public pools because they are often quite boring. We have one near us that is more interesting insofar that it has like slides and it has like a salt bath where you can just float, and it has like a wild water kind of area where sometimes they turn it on and then, you can just be swept away by the stream, basically, by the current.
And you can even go outside.
You can go outside and it's heated.
Which is like interesting for in winter.
It's similar to like a Japanese bathhouse, right? Because you can be outside and they have heated it as well. And I really enjoy that.
Yeah, okay, Japanese are more like natural.
Yeah,
like
springs.
Natural springs.
But definitely the biodome kind of thing in Berlin interests me because it is just more than just a public pool. So if you're in Berlin and if you want to go for a swim somewhere, I recommend you go there.
Well, it's a little outside of Berlin, but still close.
Yeah, close-ish.
Close-ish, yes.
Have you ever been to Center Parks, by the way, guys? And do you guys out there in front of the screens know what Center Parks is?
No, I haven't been there yet, actually. Would be interesting though to check one out. I don't know how many there are actually. I think it's only a few ones in Germany, right? It's not too.
Yeah, it's a chain,
Too
but
many?
they only have a couple. I think more likely to find one in the Netherlands. I think.
Oh yeah.
Because it is like a company from the Netherlands. I'm half sure actually, but
I think so too. Yeah.
Kevin, have you been there?
No, I haven't.
It's pretty similar to this biodome thing in Berlin, just that you have your bungalows outside of that biodome, and the biodome basically only has the swimming and sauna and relaxation and spa area, and some shops, I think, as well. So I really enjoy Center Parks. We have been there a couple of times on a class trip, and they do have a couple in Germany as well. If you are looking for a cheap-ish family holiday, then yeah, you can go there too. It's not necessarily, I always enjoyed my time there, but it's not a luxurious holiday, I wouldn't say, not necessarily if you're looking for that. But it's nice, little bungalows, similar to like Airbnb apartments that you can book. And then I think you have to bring your own food, but they also have supermarkets in that park. It's like an amusement park just with water stuff, basically. I'm not sure, actually. I think they might have even golf or mini golf and some might even have other attractions by now. I'm not sure, but yeah. Anyway,
You know what I would like to go to at some point,
what?
if it existed, basically, would be a Silent Hill themed park, amusement park, like with lots of fog and ashes coming down like snow,
Yeah.
and some monsters here and there, and like pretty much in a ghost town. I mean, you could really set that up in America, I think, because there are a lot of ghost towns actually in America. So and there's actually, I think it's called Centralia, which is a real ghost town in, I think, Nevada or somewhere.
Okay.
And there is a fire underneath the ground, and it's pretty much, I think it was a direct inspiration for the real Silent Hill, like Silent Hill games.
okay.
And that would be totally a place to go to and to explore as well, because I don't know why I'm really into that kind of stuff, to be honest. Haven't really questioned that yet. But,
Maybe you should.
Yeah, maybe I should. Maybe I should. Am I normal enough? I don't know.
Dave is insane. That's the reason.
Yeah, but I'm really interested in like abandoned places and like decay and stuff.
DK.
Like Toys R Us?
Yeah. I see what you did there. For instance, yeah.
Dave always
So-
wanted to become a mortician when he was a kid. That's why.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, checking out those rather extraordinary places, that is something that I'd be interested in. Yeah.
Okay, a nice segue to another topic that regards being in places and living in places. If you could choose, where would you want to live? Like a specific place, and also would it be, or would you like to live in a big town or rather a small town or a village, and why? Like, I'll let you guys start.
I mean, I think I like the mixture of things for the most part, but I'd like to live in a place that is not the biggest town of all, like a big city, rather like a suburban area maybe, that's still closely connected or linked to a bigger city, so it's not too far off in the outskirts of, I don't know, German wilderness. But yeah, I like a quiet place for the most part, but I can also see why people like big cities and the life there. But I think it's a really different approach to living. So there are many different things that would be fascinating, definitely. Kevin, what about you?
Well, I've lived a lot of my life in a village, and I've also lived in a big city. So I know both extremes. And to be honest, I really like my years in Cologne. Everything was really compact. Everything was in walking distance. In a village, you are needed to have a car.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's both have pros and cons. I think I would prefer a big city, but not any big city like
Tokyo.
Yeah, if I can afford it.
Yeah, I mean Tokyo is an extreme case here because Tokyo is just so super
I
expensive.
mean, yeah, there are also other expensive cities I cannot afford
Munich.
I mean, who can afford Munich?
Yeah.
Honestly,
Who
I
really
mean,
can?
like Helsinki, for example.
Helsinki, yeah, okay.
Very pricey, I think.
Yeah, I would agree with Kevin. I think I would enjoy living in a city as well. I mean, I have before as well, but not for super long, and not in I mean, I've lived in London for a couple of months, but that doesn't really count because I haven't really lived there, you know, not with my own setup and stuff like that. I have lived in Bielefeld for 3 years, but Bielefeld is more like a medium-sized city, I would say. And it was okay, but not as exciting as, for example, Tokyo or anything like that. So maybe living in a city like that would be interesting for a while. I can also imagine it gets quite exhausting at some point with all the hustle and bustle all the time. But I also agree again with Kevin that having everything close and everything you want to do and not needing a car is pretty cool. And also you would get more job opportunities, especially, I mean, I work in media, so having people close that are interested in the same stuff that you could work with a lot, or studios and stuff like that would be really cool. So having that would be nice, actually. That would be my reason for living in a big city, but I also enjoy living in smaller places because of the quiet and, well, all the nature you have close-ish at least. And yeah, that's about it.
I mean, I guess like living in a big city is fun for a certain period of time, but I wouldn't want to live in a big city for like all my life, pretty much, because I guess at some point it gets too hectic and yeah, too much of a rush living there.
Yeah.
And I'm just like a person that really needs some well, a quiet place at some point.
Like
so.
in the movie.
Yeah, true. So yeah, I love that. I love silence in parts, and also like, I mean, you can't really talk about untouched nature when you talk about little cities either, because there are also like forests, regions, woods that people also tend to go to regularly, but it's still more like a quiet place and in comparison more untouched than green areas in really big cities, which might be overcrowded as well. So I mean, yeah, really different question. I mean, there are pros and cons for both, and I think just in general you want to go to places that you aren't familiar with yourself. Like if you have lived in a big city before, I think you long for living in a small city and vice versa. So yeah.
Because many of my viewers are obviously interested in German cities. If you had to choose, what German city would you want to live in? What big German city? Or small, if you prefer small.
And I think we've actually tackled that before, but I think Munich definitely is one of the most pricey, if not the most pricey city in Germany.
Yeah, I think it is the most pricey.
It is. I mean, I've never been there yet. I would like to go there at some point, maybe to the Oktoberfest, because that's also in Munich.
But living-wise, not visiting.
Yeah, living-wise, definitely. But I guess it's a really, really cool city to be there. But yeah, prepare for having to pay a lot of money there. Yeah.
Yeah, Dave, but living, where would you want to live, not visit?
Yeah, but I've also talked about living there permanently.
Oh, really? But you also said you probably won't be able to afford it, so a realistic choice, I mean.
Yeah.
If you have one, that is. If you don't...
It's difficult. I mean, Cologne, maybe. Also Berlin. I think those are my... And Bremen, because there are a lot of friends living there, or in the area of Bremen, close to it. So I think those three cities might be top of my list. But right now, I'm pretty happy to live in the Sauerland area.
Well, it's beautiful there, so
yeah,
I get it.
Where I live right now. So.
What do you think about living in Berlin, Dave?
It would be very, very diverse, but in a positive way. Not perverse, but diverse.
Perverse.
Well, maybe both, I don't know. Many different people living there, many different cultures as well, because that's another point I find interesting about living in big cities in general. It's more likely to get in touch with other cultures as compared to living in a small city, because there are just so many different ethnical groups and yeah, people from other countries, and if you really want to get in touch with them and meet them regularly, for instance, and finding friends with, well, as people in those cultures, Berlin might be a very good place to go, yeah, and it's definitely worth living there, I guess, if you're really a cultural person, if you're really interested in cultural things, because you can visit many different places there, historic places as well. So I think it will definitely pay off to live there. Yeah.
What's your list, Kevin?
For German cities, well, Cologne was nice. I wouldn't mind living there again.
Any negative things about Cologne that, about Cologne that you didn't like?
Getting a flat is almost impossible, especially as a student.
Why is it that as a student it's difficult?
Well, unless you have unlimited money, it's you have it hard because there are always like 100 others on betting on that certain flat, and the thing is, those flat owners who are renting them, who are renting them out, usually have some high expectations. Like they want someone who works with 10-year experiences, who are not married, who have like a ridiculous wage, like 40k a year, and are not even 30 yet.
So yeah, hard to fulfill those requests, I guess. So yeah, Cologne. What else?
Well, if you're talking about German cities who are like really beautiful, then I think Wuppertal is actually a really beautiful city.
Oh yeah.
I've never been there. I don't actually know what it looks like.
I usually saw it like in a train when I was driving to Cologne and back, or to Düsseldorf and back.
I have a friend living in Wuppertal, and every time I meet him, it's like really interesting because it's well, there are a lot of hills in Wuppertal, because Wuppertal translates to the Wupper Valley, so to speak, the Wuppertal. And the Wupper is a river in Germany, so that's where the name comes from. And there is the so-called Schwebebahn, which is a very unique attraction there. It's pretty much like a train, but it rides like on a rail above the ground, so it's like a floating train, pretty much.
Magnets and stuff.
Yeah.
How do they work?
Monorail!
Yeah, and they actually transport an elephant with it once, I think. So.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
To
crazy.
a zoo or something, because there is a zoo in Wuppertal, which is also very cool. Can really recommend that as well. So yeah, Wuppertal is definitely a city that many people know of in Germany, but that doesn't come to mind at first when you think about big cities necessarily.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, definitely not. Actually, I've never thought about living in Wuppertal. I mean, also because I've never been there, I don't really know anything about it. It's in the south, right?
Yeah, more in the south, but it's definitely...
It's on the way between Bielefeld and Cologne, Düsseldorf.
Oh, okay.
Well, more near Düsseldorf and Köln, but
So not that far south.
yeah, it's not as far. Yeah.
many cities we've actually talked about, with the exception of Munich and Berlin and Bremen, are in the, or close to the so-called Ruhrgebiet area, which is the most crowded and the most industrial relevant areas in Germany, in North Rhine-Westphalia. So that's in Western Germany. And for instance, the Sauerland region, where I live, where I come from, is on the periphery of the Ruhrgebiet. So it still kind of belongs to it, but not really. So, but it's a huge cultural place to go there as well. Dortmund is another big city there. Essen, Cologne, for instance. Düsseldorf, the capital city of North Rhine-Westphalia, the state.
Yes.
Yeah.
Additionally, well, Düsseldorf would also be interesting because, I'm learning Japanese and I'm interested in the culture, and there are a lot of Japanese people living there.
Yeah.
Also in Hamburg, which is also a good city.
But also expensive, right? Hamburg?
Also expensive, yes.
I mean, Düsseldorf is probably expensive too, to be honest.
Really, yes.
So that is always the thing. That's why living in a flat share is probably the thing each of us would have to do, because it is less expensive, of course, doing that. Yeah. As for my list, well, I thought about Bremen as well, but also other big cities. For me, it personally doesn't really matter where exactly. I mean, Berlin or Düsseldorf or Cologne or anything like that, or like it really depends on who is there, because or who I would want to move in with in a flat share or something like that, because I don't want to be in a big city all by myself completely. That would be boring. I mean, you of course get to know new people at some point, but I don't just want to abandon all my friends. You know, that's not cool.
Oh, that's great to hear.
yeah, I don't want to do that. So it really depends on the people and where they want to go, because I am pretty flexible with my job, obviously.
Yeah. The city needs probably should have a good
internet.
Well, yeah, that too.
Well, that's difficult in Germany, actually.
Usually, that's big cities have internet. I mean, like connections to trains and
airports.
I mean, that's a whole nother episode of Car of Thoughts talking about the internet connection in Germany compared to other countries. And why it's so bad in comparison. I think we are like the second to last on the list of the best internet connections in Europe. I think the last one is Albania, and then we are the second to last. So
really, Albania is the first?
So,
Holy
yeah.
shit, okay.
And that's very frustrating, actually. And by the way, every time I'm taking the train in order to go to Vuko's place, as I did yesterday, there are also like 3 or 4 different spots or like locations on the ride where I don't have any connection at all, which is insane. And our economics minister, I think he actually said something like, I'm embarrassed to have phone calls or to take phone calls while I'm going by train, because my colleagues from other countries might feel weird or embarrassed by me losing the connection all the time, like every couple of minutes. So, and that speaks for itself, I think. It's really, really frustrating that we have such a, well, rather bad connection, let me put it this way.
Yeah, and in Germany I think we only have like one major company that really covers a lot of the country with its signal, and the other ones might be cheaper or might have more data for less money, but what good is it if you lose connection all the time? Yeah. So it's pretty bad, the situation here, especially since in the Netherlands I think they have like almost everywhere glass fiber cables, right, for the internet. And here in Germany, the neighbor country, no, not really. I think I heard that's because of Helmut Kohl, because he didn't want that to happen, right, the glass fiber. I'm not 100% sure why that was exactly, but it's something with politics, why he suppressed like the progression of that.
I mean, to be honest, like now that I think about it, and when everything took place and the internet was pretty much established worldwide, that was around the early 90s. And as you might know, in the early 90s and late 80s, Germany got reunited. So we had a lot of things to do when it comes to that. So maybe that was one of the reasons why we didn't really care about like having a good connection and good cables and stuff like that from the get-go. But that's just an assumption, I don't know. Might be one of the reasons. And Helmut Kohl was Germany's chancellor for 16 years, from 1982 to 1998. So yeah, I think it was definitely up to him that he could have done more about good connections and for good connections.
It's a bit sad that he didn't have the foresight.
Yeah.
But, well, I mean, how could he have known, really?
That is true. Then again, how could he have known? So, because no one knew how successful the internet would become. Because I think, as far as I know, at first it was pretty much an invention of the American military. Yeah. So that are the origins of the internet as we know it today.
Well, I mean, I think I've said that before, and then someone came to me saying, but in that country, maybe it was even Germany, a small group of people have developed something before. And I was like, okay. Fair enough, but I think the American military definitely wanted to build it up for their own purposes. Yeah. Anyway, 34 minutes. How about we start part 2 for the next question? And if you enjoy part 1, guys, of our little Car of Thoughts Q&A, then leave a like, subscribe. Check out Dave's channel, Vlog Dave, and if Kevin has anything he wants you to see at some point, we're going to put that in the video description as well. And yeah, join the channel membership if you want to support this channel. It's the button next to the subscription button. And apart from that, thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to get Germanized. Goodbye and auf Wiedersehen. Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Lenz and you're watching Get Germanized, another splendid car of thoughts Q&A with my two special guests, Kevin and Vlog Dave. Hallo, hallo.
All on board. What should I do?
Ah, ich weiß.
Get Germanized.
In the last episode, we took your questions and transformed them into a livid discussion of amazing Germanness. And today we're going to do the same thing, hopefully. And we're going to discuss different questions that you have asked me on my social media, for example, Instagram or Snapchat or the community tab in YouTube, anything, Facebook, all of that good stuff. Twitter can also be found in the video description if you want to ask me questions in the future and for a future episode as well. And the first question that we have taken on today, or that we are about to take on, is what is your favorite German dish or food?
I think Kohlrouladen.
That's a good choice. Could you explain what that is exactly?
Basically, it's mincemeat with cabbage, usually white cabbage, rounded, think of it like a thick steak, and but it's like that, like mincemeat with cabbage around it.
Yeah, it's very nice, and it's roasted, I think, in a pot or in the pot, right? Not in the oven.
I usually do that in the oven, but
okay.
I think depends.
I thought it's kind of like a crock pot dish, like a Langzeitkocher or something.
You can do that too. Yes.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. It's just the shape of why it's called.
The shape of you.
Oh,
Yes.
Ed Sheeran in the house.
Dave, what's your favorite dish?
Well, I guess we are fans of cabbage then, because
Kevin, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
The first thing that popped up in my mind was Grünkohl. I think it's green cabbage, Grünkohl.
Grünkohl, yeah, green cabbage, I think, or
with potatoes, obviously.
was it kale?
Okay, might be.
I think it's kale. Grünkohl, yeah,
Grünkohl.
but cooked kale.
Yeah, cooked kale with potatoes, Kartoffeln.
Kartoffeln.
A nice sauce with that, and well, what else? Mettwurst in that. Well, very delicious type of sausage.
Like a salami, right?
Salami, yeah, similar to salami. I mean, then again, people could argue, okay, is it really a German dish? Because, you know, potatoes are not originally from Germany. But hey, it is a German dish. Let me put it this way. It is. It really is.
But as you can see, German food, very hearty, very meaty, lots of carbs and, well, I guess protein as well because of the meat, but a lot of pork. I think all of our dishes so far, all of their dishes had pork in it. And that's actually an assumption that someone made recently about me, or about Germans, I suppose, that we have a lot of pork dishes. And that is true, we do. But also a lot of beef dishes. And then in third place, I think chicken, I would say, maybe as a meat.
Yeah. We actually have a German term for that kind of, or those kinds of dishes, because we usually refer to them as Hausmannskost, which is like a houseman's food. Yeah, very meaty in a way, and very delicious, of course.
Indeed, and my favorite dish is nonetheless... Oh, a beagle doggy. Oh, very cute. Hello, doggo. Anyway, my favorite German dish is very similar, I guess, insofar that it has a lot of carbs and some protein. It's mashed potatoes, so Kartoffelbrei with sauerkraut and Kassler. Kassler is also pork, I think, a pork cutlet or something like that. I'm not sure. Very delicious, but also again has meat in it. Can you guys think of any vegetarian German dish that you would really like to recommend, maybe for our vegetarian viewers?
I guess German bread.
Yes. Okay.
German dishes that are without the meat, basically. You can eat they can eat sauerkraut. They can eat the cabbage that we use.
True. What comes to mind for me is Spätzle.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, Käsespätzle is not vegan.
It's a very
vegetarian.
a very Swabian dish.
Yeah. Or Maultaschen filled not with meat but with, like, it's basically dumplings, German dumplings filled with vegetables, I guess. Or Camembert with Preiselbeeren.
Oh yeah.
Like Camembert, the cheese, I think it's in a batter and then fried in the pan with cheese inside, and then on the outside you have like cranberry sauce, and that is super delicious, really nice. Or you can use jam, I guess, as well, or something like that. That is something very very nice as well. Is it offered in Bavarian more so though, right?
I think so. Yeah, Leberkäse.
Liver cheese.
Liver cheese.
And has nothing to do with liver or cheese though.
Yeah.
It's meat.
It's a Bavarian type of dish. It's a type of meat because it looks like a loaf of meat as a whole. So that is why that name, or how that name came about at some point, as far as I know. And to some degree, you could argue, although you wouldn't think of that at first, that kebab is also a German type of food because it was invented in Germany. So the Döner, as we call it.
Just like hamburger.
Yeah.
From Hamburg, obviously, right? Not. So he means the American hamburgers, because we have a town in Germany that's called Hamburg. Most of you will know this. But I don't think hamburgers actually originated there, right?
The first one was actually made there. That's why they're called hamburger, but they were cultivated somewhere else.
But was it really a traditional hamburger like they exist nowadays?
I don't think they count it as their traditional, but it was just made there.
Someone in Hamburg went like, I'm so sick of all the damn fish on my bread rolls all the time. And then he just put like a meat patty, like a beef patty in between a bread roll and said like, wow, wow, wow. And then somewhere else in the world, wow, as well. And then, yeah, that's how they came to be, maybe, I'm not sure.
All right.
Unofficial hamburger origin story.
There seems to be something about calling certain dishes and pastries after German cities. Frankfurter, because we have Frankfurter Bockwürstchen, Frankfurt sausages. Nürnberger is another type of sausage. And we also have Berliner, which is usually the type of, for people living in Berlin. Berlin citizens are Berliner. But it's also a kind of pastry.
A delicious pastry filled with jam.
Yeah.
Like it's basically a jam donut, just without the hole in the middle.
Very true. Very true. So
very nice.
We are in a forest-like region at the moment, by the way.
Good job, Kevin.
Yeah.
That happens to me sometimes as well.
I don't know where we are, but yeah.
Careful, there's like a big puddle. Sometimes that happens with me when I do these Car of Thoughts episodes by myself as well, because I'm more concentrated sometimes. I'm concentrating on driving, yes, but not necessarily where exactly I'm going. I'm like, I don't care where I'm going, so I'm just, left, right, left, right, left, right. And then I end up in forests or stuff like this. Yeah, I think we have to go anywhere where you want, actually. Yeah, this way. Let's go this way. Let's go this way.
Lost in German woods.
Yeah, while talking about German dishes and pastries.
Yeah.
Something else that I really enjoy German food-wise is, of course... Nice. Oh, God.
I think there are some sticks below my car.
Yeah, it sounded like that for a minute at least, not anymore. But now I lost my train of thought, mein Gedankenzug.
Talking about pastries, I think you said.
Yeah, but Nussecken is a good one too.
Yeah.
The nut corners, nut corners. It's basically a type of German pastry. It's
Yes,
very,
we Germans like to nut in the corner.
oh god, it's very thick.
Yeah.
Thick nuts.
I think it has. What does it have on the inside? Marzipan and stuff.
No, it's
Depends.
I actually I make them myself. They have you can do them with jam.
Okay. I don't eat them with jam. I haven't so far.
With Edelsteine.
Not jams. Jam. Marmalade.
Marmalade. That's like an English name. At least we had this an English guy named girl named Marmalade in English class, like in 6th grade or something.
Really?
Yes.
Marmalade. Marmalade.
Mom get late.
But anyway, Nussecken, like the nut corners, Google them. It's delicious. And yeah, let's I think move on to the next question.
What are forest woods like?
Just look outside.
Just look outside.
I think I see a car there.
So we're not outside of civilization just yet.
No.
Damn.
I think I need to wash my car now.
Probably.
Or it's washing it for me.
I doubt that, but holy
Well.
shit. Anyway.
See, it's like that in Germany. 1 minute you are in a German city, and the next moment you are in the middle of nowhere.
You're somewhere.
Yeah,
in Germany.
somewhere.
Okay, that's a good question. The next one is, what's your favorite outdoor activity in Germany?
Driving through woods.
Driving through woods. Actually, I mean, just about the topic real quick about just driving around. Because some person once said like, why are you doing that? You're just driving around for no reason. It's so bad for the environment. I mean, to be honest, one car more or less won't really do anything, and I'm not driving around for no reason. We're producing content for you guys. We're showing you around Germany and answering questions about Germany. I don't think that's for no reason. If I look at these people, like these teenagers that sometimes just drive in a circle around a bar or a restaurant just to show off their car, that's driving around for no reason. But anyway, favorite outdoor activity for me personally, like you can see that on the left there's people with their dogs. Just being outside with your dog or just going for a walk, going for a hike, that's a lot of fun for me. Oh, those are beautiful doggos, German Shepherds I think, right? Look like wolves almost, so fluffy and big. But yeah, hiking is definitely one. A newly found love for a special outside activity is flying my drone, because it's just super fun just to fly it and to get this view from up above. It's really cool. At some point I want to buy like VR glasses for the drone.
Oh, nice.
And then I can just fly with that. That would be so sick, so cool. And biking, like just a little bike tour in summer is a lot of fun, or can be a lot of fun. And sometimes, very rarely, I go jogging in a forest. I like that too. Or taking photos outside, like photography.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun for me as well. I should that way. Huh?
I think so too.
Yeah. Anyway, that's it for me, I think. Dave?
Yeah, definitely taking photos outside, and just like simple, normal things like going out for a walk. For instance, also somewhere you don't really know all too well, and you explore new places, or even exploring places you've known for many years, but you still see new details. That's always fun. Just exploring and, well, feeling the nature. That is something that I really like. I also like maybe like taking the dog out. I mean, I don't have a dog myself, but when I'm...
So you take the dog out?
When I'm...
So you
Ooh,
don't
let the
need to
dogs
ask
out.
that question.
Yeah.
Take the dog out.
When I'm here at Wuerzburg, for instance, when we go for a walk with Shari, that's always fun. I like that.
I don't know where we are, but...
No, just go to the right, maybe.
And yeah, stuff like that. I mean, I would really like to have a little bike tour this year with our bicycles, because I haven't really done that in a long time.
Would you say you want to ride your bicycle?
Yeah,
You want to ride your bike?
my bike.
A Queen song, anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh yeah. Queen references are always great.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'd say we should do that in the summer, like have a little bike tour.
I don't have a bike, but yeah.
I mean, neither. That's the problem. But
we could rent some in a cool city or something like that. Like we could go to Amsterdam and then ride the bikes around the city in the outskirts of the city, nature areas. That would be fun, probably.
Like that. I mean, just like riding a bike again would be great.
Loco.
Yeah. What about you, Kevin? MC Kevin.
MC Kevin. Well, outside usually like sightseeing, of course.
Oh yeah, I forgot about sightseeing in cities and stuff.
In cities, not even in cities, but everywhere, like wilderness cities.
Wilderness cities, like the Gangen city.
Yes. Or in cities, or on famous places like the Hermannsdenkmal or
Hermannsdenkmal. Yeah.
Yes.
The monument of Hermann.
The monument of Hermann. Yes. Hermann the German.
Hermann the German. He indeed was Hermann the German.
Everyone knows.
Yeah, but I forgot about that actually. You're right, sightseeing. Huh? Mm-hmm. What else? If you have anything else, I mean.
Most of the stuff outside that I usually do, sightseeing, like when we travel. Or
just being outside.
Well, to be honest, due to my work, I am not outside that often in comparison to other people, I suppose. I spend a lot of time editing and stuff. So when I go outside, I actually love to explore something new, to see new things. For example, I don't really love so much just walking the same area and path all the time. So if I have the choice between doing that or watching a show on the internet or something like that, I probably choose the show on the internet, because at least it gives me some new experience, while just going for the sake of being outside. If I don't have anything new to explore, that's usually not necessarily something I like doing. But if it comes to exploring something I've never seen before, experienced before, then definitely that. Anyway, I think we should move on to the next question. What terrible movie do you love? So any movie, not only German, but any movie. A terrible one, so B movie kind of.
Who Killed Captain Alex?
I have never seen that. What is that?
That's the $200 African film that I...
yeah, but you described it to me, but not to the audience. So.
Basically, it's a guy in Uganda. In a village, he wanted to make a video, and he made it like in his village, like with a $200 camera and a computer that he built from thrown out parts, basically built together. It only has memories for one movie, so he deleted that movie after putting it on a disc and made it so he can make another one.
Okay.
Basically, it's you can see the budget. But it's really fun film, and you can see the passion of the guys making it.
So basically, it's just about this African dude who wants to make a movie with low budget.
Yeah.
Okay, and crazy stuff happens or not so? Okay.
Yeah, really crazy stuff.
Okay.
Especially special effects.
Okay, that sounds like a fun movie to watch, actually.
Yeah.
What about you, Dave?
Rather a tough question.
And you can watch it on YouTube. Actually, it's full on there.
Nice.
Oh yeah. I mean, there are many people that dislike the Resident Evil movies when they compare it to the games, because they don't really match the game's plots and stuff and what happens there. But I actually like them. I mean, they're not like masterpieces necessarily, but good movies. Not really like totally bad movies, I don't think. Then again, there are movies that also, I guess, many people don't really like all that much or aren't the biggest fan of. For instance, the National Treasure movies with Nicolas Cage. In German, it's Das Vermächtnis der Tempelritter or Das Vermächtnis des Geheimbuches, those two movies.
But I wouldn't really count those as like trash movies, because they are Hollywood movies.
Yeah, it's not really trash movies.
Just because they're Hollywood doesn't mean that they are good.
Okay.
I mean...
Okay, I'll count them.
When it comes to that, but it's... it's like a trash movie on purpose in a way, would be Kung Fury.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
Of course.
That would be my choice. And the soundtrack is really cool, the theme song.
True Survivor by
Yeah.
David Hasselhoff.
Yeah, that's actually a really good song.
It is a surprisingly well-made song.
Yeah. But apart from that, you know, before I actually watch a movie or decide on watching a movie, I usually know if it's supposed to be good or not. So I don't really watch trash movies necessarily.
Well, but movies maybe from your childhood that you really loved back then. I have a few in mind actually.
Okay.
That I will mention in a minute.
But are nowadays considered trash movies.
Yeah.
Like Space Jam.
Space Jam. Well, I mean, I think Space Jam is nice.
I like it too, but it's considered to be a trash movie actually.
Yeah, but what I was thinking of, what would make my list, is actually like Masters of the Universe, the old He-Man movie with Dolph Lundgren. That is a trash movie, and that is a fantastic example, I think, because back in the day when I was a kid, I loved that movie so much. I thought it was so cool, and if you rewatch that now, it's just like, or the, what's it called, the old Flash Gordon movie. And there's even one that always came on New Year's Eve at the later hours that is called Flash Gordon, like Flash, Flash Gordon, so like the flesh of a human, right? And it's more like a softcore porn movie kind of, but I don't remember there actually being any sex scenes or anything like that in it. It's more like they went through an asteroid field. Basically asteroids that look like butts with like corks in the back. And then they were like, oh, they're about to burst, oh no! And then and shit like that happened in their movie, right?
So like parody movies like
Spaceballs.
like Meet the Spartans.
Meet the Spartans, or Spaceballs, or anything like that. It's not like a super high quality movie, but it's kind of funny. I still love Spaceballs, to be honest.
I think I still like it these days, today. Would be Scary Movie 3. That is a movie that I used to watch as a teen or as a kid.
Generally scary movies.
Definitely trash movies for sure.
Yeah, that's a very good one, I think.
That's an interesting question. The next one. What do you think is the biggest misconception that people have about you personally? Like, for example, what do you think other people think about you that is not really true? If there's anything that comes to mind. I think that's a very interesting question. And at the end of this, we can also talk about misconceptions for Germans. But maybe if you can think of anything of which you know it's not true, that you're different, but people seem to think a certain way about you. If anyone can think of anything.
Well, people don't think that I have corpses in my cellar.
Corpses, all right.
Just kidding. Yeah, actually, I don't know. I'm not sure of misconceptions about me.
Because we never tell you what we think about you. No, just kidding. Well, Dave, maybe you can answer that question.
Judging from comments I've read under my videos and under Vuko's videos, many people, or not many people necessarily, but some people think that I'm Turkish or like an Arab person from Arabia, or I have ancestors there or relatives living there, and as far as I know, that is not true at all. Because I don't know of any people in my family from that region. What I do know is that I have French ancestors from the Côte d'Azur area, like southern France. I think relatively close to Spain, actually. I don't know. Not too sure about that though. Yeah. Interesting question, but I don't really know. I mean, it's hardly ever the case that people really tell you what they think of you in that retrospect, so difficult to answer, actually.
True. By the way, we are in a town called Seelenfeld. It means like the field of souls.
Soulfield.
Soulfield, yeah. That's super cool.
Could be a location in an RPG. fantasy RPG.
Basically.
Or in medieval in the game.
I thought that was a cool name.
Yeah.
And about me, well, that's a good question. I mean, people online think different things about me personally, probably, than people that know me just from hearsay, or that went to school with me but don't really know me, that just know me, they know who I am, but they don't really know my personality. They maybe have heard things and that's all they know about me, and that doesn't really count as Seelenfeld. I don't think I really know what they think about me, so but I mean, people online have said, or they often say I am like a super nice person that never gets angry and that is always super patient and stuff like that. That's not necessarily always true. I get impatient sometimes. I can have bad days. I get angry at stuff sometimes. I'm just a normal human being as well. I hope, I like to think so at least. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm a lizard person, of course. But I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing though, because you never know really what people think about you, what people say behind your back, or what people maybe just personally think about you as a person. We could start some really awkward conversation now about what we think about each other, but let's not do that.
But then again, I think the plain thought of people having misconceptions about you and telling you those misconceptions anonymously on YouTube, for instance, in YouTube comments, sometimes that's also quite funny, because you know it's not true, but if people really strongly believe that what they think about you is true, even though they don't really know you as a person, that can be quite entertaining, I think. So
yeah, that's why I made these videos recently.
Yeah.
And I can only recommend that to anyone. If you're interested in what people think about you, really think about you, just let them do that anonymously, because then people really go all out. To be honest, because I didn't really do that anonymously, people's usernames still showed up, right? So maybe for the next episode, what I'm going to do is I'm only going to open like really an anonymous thing where I can't see anything, just the text, because that exists, right? I don't remember the name of the site at the moment, but you can create a link for people to enter something, answer a question, and you don't really see who was it at all. And of course, then people probably go trolling and stuff like that as well, but you will have some honest things in between that might be very interesting. Maybe I send that to every one of you as well, and then you can type some stuff in.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that would be interesting, because then I can really just go into detail in the video as well, and maybe reflect as well. Because sometimes we see ourselves in a certain way, but maybe other people don't think about you that way at all, right? So it's interesting.
There may also be some missing information about yourself that you don't like. I mean, like in Japan, it's said that one person has three faces. One that he shows everyone, basically. One that he only shows his closest friends, and one that he only shows himself.
Ah, yeah, makes sense. So you really only know what's inside of you.
Yes.
Yeah, there are some things I think that I have never told people at all, and that I never might.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just normal, I think. And of course, people who don't really know you, they will have misconceptions about you as well. It's just normal. For example, I think that some people who see me as a YouTuber think I'm thinking of myself as someone better or arrogant or whatever, because I have a job in which I have a lot of freedom and stuff like that and get to do what I want. And some people maybe think I'm really poor because I don't make so much money. I don't know. And that's just like all these different conceptions about someone you don't really know. And it's just normal, I think. I mean, it's like gossip, basically. You talk shit about people that you don't really know. And I just think that's in human nature at some point. You can't really change that so much.
I agree with everything you've just said. And also what Kevin just mentioned is really interesting, because I've also read about that in like philosophical texts and social, psychological contexts, for instance, in my studies back in the day when I went to university. there are different types of self, like of your personality and different roles you play in different contexts. Because I mean, it's something normal, because when you imagine yourself talking to a friend, you actually talk to those people differently than you talk to a stranger. So there is no, when you conclude that or like think that to the end, I think there is no real situation in which you show your whole personality to anyone, even not to yourself, because you might be unaware of some character traits of yourself as well, without knowing that, of course.
That's why I talked about the perceived reality of yourself that you live in. Because you might think you're this way, but maybe underneath all these layers of consciousness you really think different about some things or would act differently, and you don't even know it.
But do you think that is like a rather scary thought, that you don't really know all about yourself?
I mean, it's just normal, because, for example, in a survival situation, you don't really know how you would react in a war situation, or when you're starving, or when your life is threatened, or the life of someone you love, or the life of your friends, or whatever. That's just, we don't live in a time where that is normal, at least not in our country. And so we don't really know. We can say we would do a certain thing. For example, like a close family member always says, like, yeah, I would never do that. Like in this and that time, I would act completely different. I'm like, dude, you don't really know if you would, because how do you know that? You can say that, and we can live in this idealistic way of thinking about ourselves in this, well, goody two-shoes manner, but we don't know what we would do. Read Lord of the Flies. They ate each other for Christ's sakes.
It's all theoretical knowledge to some point, to some extent, because you can't know. If you haven't been in a situation like that, you can't really tell for sure. So,
Indeed.
Well, what you're saying, what I'm going to do then, is logical thinking.
Yeah.
But when you're in that situation, some emotions might come between that and you.
And it's just survival at some point too.
And that's also, like, the whole topic is very philosophical, which I really like personally. And that's a very good point, actually, because most decisions we make, whether they are consciously or subconsciously made, they are decisions that we make based on emotions rather than reason. Because as much as we like to think, okay, we are totally controlled by our reason and our possibility to think as human beings and use our minds, that is not always the case. Just in a very few situations that is the priority. So, yeah.
But anyway, guys, let us know what you think about that topic and everything else we spoke about in this video in the comments below. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. Click the join button next to the subscription button if you want to support this channel. There are also other possibilities to support the channel in the video description. Also social media if you want to hand in a question or an assumption for a next video that we might make or I might make. And yeah, apart from that, thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to get Germanized. Goodbye and auf Wiedersehen. Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Lenz and you're watching Get Germanized. Car of thoughts, reasons why I absolutely love Germany.
I am bored. What should I do?
Ah, ich weiß.
Get Germanized.
Last time we ended on a more negative note with, you know, reasons why you shouldn't move to Germany. And I thought, I haven't talked about this in a while. There are reasons, additional reasons, why I love Germany so much, and I'm going to talk about that today. Don't have a script. It's just going to be a little, you know, a little talkative video while you can enjoy the German countryside, the German scenery. I have actually no idea where I am right now. I just drove with the last video and just looked at the scenery and tried to figure out where the nicest spots to show you. Like I drove into a more hilly region because it looked nice. There's a forest on top. You can maybe see that. It's really nice. But we're just gonna continue driving and we'll see where we end up. What I love about Germany, point number one, well, the scenery, the nature. You will be able to see it in this video quite a bit, hopefully. It is beautiful. We get so many forests in Germany, right? Wälder is the German word for it, the plural word. Der Wald, die Wälder. And if you love hikes, if you love nature, greenery, forests, then Germany is the country for you. It is amazing. Don't get me wrong, we do have other regions like the coast region. Obviously we got an ocean here, the North Sea, the Eastern Sea, but we also have so many forests. And I prefer the mountains and forests to sometimes like the ocean, because it's more diverse. In a forest you can find a lake sometimes, right? There's water as well, so I don't really mind not having the ocean that nearby. I mean, I do, because I live in the north, but I'm not there very often because I don't really miss it. I guess it would be a different story if I grew up by the ocean. Then, well, maybe it's a different story. Let me know in the comments, like, what do you prefer? Do you prefer like a more mountainous region or a more oceanous? Really, how do you say that even? I don't know, but oceanic. But yeah, that is definitely my preference right there. But everyone is different, right? So the nature, well, also the animals that we got here in Germany. I see deer sometimes right in front of my window. It might be because I live in a rural area. I'm not sure how often people from the city see deer. And we even have wolves again now in German forests. Not everyone might be happy about that, since I heard farmers complain, you know, they were like, holy shit, they ate our sheep. And I'm like, yeah, shit, that's not good, but you know, wolves are great. Wolf is actually, the wolf, that one wolf is actually my favorite animal. So yeah, my nickname Vuko is even Slavic, Proto-Slavic for werewolf. Silly nickname I came up with when I was like 14 or something like that, but it's stuck. And well, it just reflects my love for animals, my love for wolves especially. And yeah, there's that. Not sure if that's super interesting to you. Also, if you're a bird lover, we got many different species of birds here in Germany. I should maybe make a video about the different animals in Germany. I have done that before. I've even made a video about, well, poisonous or lethal animals in Germany. It's quite old. It's been quite a while since I made that video, but it exists. I can show you if you want. I will link it in the description. It's quite silly. I think I even did I use a green screen in that one? No, not really, but I animated some pictures. I don't know. You will see. But yeah, animals, great variety in Germany. Fantastic to look at, fantastic to visit in zoos as well. We get so many zoos. That's another thing. I mean, I think many people call zoos animal prisons these days, but I still enjoy a trip to the zoo, because where else will you see animals like that in real life? I mean, if you have the money to go to the natural environment and see them there, yeah, that's great. For example, when I did work and travel in Australia, I saw kangaroos there. That was like the first time I saw them outside of a zoo. That, of course, it's nicer, that's better. But you won't always have the chance to do that. So I think zoos are quite nice for that. If it's ethical or not, you know, the morality behind the whole thing is questionable, of course. But it is still worth a visit. We have many of those. Like, I think the biggest is in Berlin, the Berliner Zoo, no wait, Berlin Zoo, yeah, I guess. Oh, so difficult, Berlin Zoo. Pay it a visit, you know, check it out. I enjoy that. I even went to the Atlanta Aquarium when I visited the US, and it was fantastic. I saw for the first time that close up whales. I think they have, did they have buck whales in there? Or what are they called? I don't know. Which one is the not so giant one? They had whales in there, right? That is just insane. Whales and maybe even a little cruel, okay, I admit, but that was just mind-blowing to me, seeing that so, you know, close up, so near to me. So definitely, if you like animals, maybe, I mean, there's again the question, right? Oh, I like animals. I hate Germany because they have so many zoos. But also you could say, if you like animals, Germany is great to look at animals. Well, it's up for you to decide. What do you think about that? Let me know in the comments. Another thing I love about Germany is definitely the architecture. We have so many beautiful buildings, great styles. I always say this, but the Gothic Cathedral, the Cologne Cathedral, is one of my favorite buildings in the world. It is so beautiful, and we have so many more than just that. We have so many castles, fairy tale castles, Disney well, was inspired by Schloss Neuschwanstein and even created the Disney castle after it. It is just fantastic. If you love architecture, if you're an architecture student, or if you just, you know, if you just appreciate the art of it, then Germany is for you 100%. Don't have to worry about seeing beautiful buildings here. Cities like Nuremberg will enchant you. Just look at Nuremberg, it's beautiful. If you have been to Nuremberg already, you know what I'm talking about. Or even just cities like Munich, you know. Especially if you have the chance, go to the Altstadt district. That's like the old part of the city. Mostly, I think for many cities, that's the part that hasn't been bombed, sadly. That's, I mean, obviously for those cities who haven't been bombed in the war at all, that's not the case. They will probably also have an Altstadt. But I would say it's often the part that is the most beautiful of the city, you know, with the most old architecture intact. And that is also why it's so beautiful. I wonder sometimes, why don't they rebuild that stuff these days? But then again, it's probably very expensive to do that. So, well, I got my answer right there, I suppose. Next up, I would say definitely the public transport is fantastic here in Germany. We have so many trains. If you're a train lover, right, then like Sheldon from Big Bang Theory, then Germany is for you for sure. We even have some old steam locomotives in some areas. Not sure if they all are intact, but they are like more a museum kind of thing, right? You can go and have a look, and that is quite nice as well. So yeah, if you like public transport, good public transport, Germany is for you. So many great, well, connections really. You can go via bus through the whole country, or via train through the whole country. By car, obviously, because of the great Autobahn, the interstate, is it called, I guess in English, or the highway system here is fantastic. Also, well, trams in cities that connect different city parts. I know from America, sometimes you don't have another choice but to use the car, just because you just don't have a subway or a tram system in that city. I think Atlanta doesn't really have one. I think they have buses, but that's about it. I'm not sure, maybe I'm mistaken, but I think that's how it is. So yeah, Germany, very, very connected. The prices might vary. I mean, trains, depending on if you want the high-speed train or the normal train. High-speed train obviously being more expensive, but prices will vary. Trains are mostly more expensive. You can get cheap deals. If you book in advance, then trains might be even cheaper sometimes than the bus, if you're really lucky. Or even the high-speed trains have good deals sometimes, but buses are generally cheaper, I mean, for obvious reasons, right? And sometimes driving is the cheapest version, obviously, because, I mean, fuel is relatively expensive in comparison to the US, especially it might be quite expensive. Well, what is a liter at the moment? Let's say a liter of fuel of gas is 1.32, like €1.32, right? And that, I don't know what that is in gallons. Keep in mind, I think a gallon is like 4 liters. So what is that? Over 5 euros for a gallon. You can translate that, convert that yourself if you want, if you're interested. But that is quite expensive. Also, the reason for that is probably because Germany is not as big as other countries like the US. I mean, the US is just so much larger. I think one of the states of the US is the size of Germany. I've heard something like that. That's insane. So of course you need cheap fuel to get around at all, especially if you don't have many trains or many subways and stuff like that, right? You just need to utilize the car more often. So it makes total sense to me. Oh, but would you look at that scenery in the background there? Distracted me here for a second from the video. That is absolutely stunning. Woo! I am glad that I took this route. Look at that. That's the mountainous, hilly regions that I was talking about. Absolutely, absolutely fantastic. Next up, what I love about Germany is the general, well, attitude towards renewable energies and vegetarianism and veganism and stuff like that. We're very progressive when it comes to those kind of things. Germany, basically, if you're vegetarian, if you're vegan, I'm not anymore. Like I was a vegetarian for 2.5 years. For personal reasons, I just decided, you know, to switch it up again. But if you are determined on being a vegetarian or a vegan, it's quite easy here in Germany, especially if you like go to the supermarket and shop for yourself. If you go out, there's mostly vegetarian options, sometimes even vegan options in restaurants, especially when it comes to bigger cities. Also renewable energies, I mean, maybe you've seen it here on some houses, on some roofs. I'm not sure if I see any at the moment, but many houses have solar panels on them. Because at some point when it was up and coming in Germany, the government actually supported that. You got an amount of the money back if you invested in renewable energies, and I think that's amazing. I don't think they do that anymore, sadly, but they definitely did it. Oh, I just saw the fuel prices, by the way, €1.33. Yeah, almost 34 cents actually, but anyway, yeah, definitely amazing that it comes when it comes to renewable energies here in Germany. Solar panels, windmills, these are electric windmills that, well, how do you say that? Well, that catch the wind basically and transform it into energy. Also, we do have a lot of these water power stations or power plants, I guess you say, at the dams and stuff like that. So definitely very progressive here in Germany in comparison to other countries, at least. Well, that's a cute little village here. I like. I'm not sure where I'm gonna end up in the end, but it's definitely nice here. Next point, the people. I know. I said in the other video, many people will not like the attitude here in Germany. We got somewhat more serious, somewhat more direct. People might consider it rude, but I would say I love the people of Germany, you know, because if you need help, they will help. For example, when, you know, I need directions or anything like that in public, people might be very serious, look at you very serious at first because they don't know what you want from them. But if they notice that you need help, then they will be very friendly and try to help you out, at least from my experience. I mean, maybe you have made different experiences. There will always be black sheep, but in general, I think the people here are lovely, very nice. I mean, that leads me to something else. People don't like the customer service here, especially in comparison to the UK. My friend Emily always talks about this. Emily Bland, check out her channel if you don't know her yet. She lives in Berlin and she always complains about how bad the customer service here is in Germany. But I actually appreciate that. I don't need people to come at me when I enter a shop saying, hey, do you need help? I'm like, dude, chill. I want to explore what you offer first, right? And then maybe if I need help, I will come to you and ask for it myself. But please let me shop in peace. Let me shop in peace. Shopping in peace should be like a positive point here. That's what you can do. People will not bother you. And in supermarkets, some people also might think that's a negative thing, but well, in supermarkets, it's the same thing. I mean, actually, I don't know if that's a thing in other countries that people try to help you without you even asking. I don't think so, actually. But yeah, okay. Something just because we were talking about supermarkets that came to mind is that in shops, in stores, right, they don't really see themselves as someone that is supposed to help customers that look lost. Like in supermarkets especially, I would say. It's not really in the job description. I mean, they will help you or try to help you if you ask them, but I don't think they see it as much as a task of theirs as in other countries people might. Because mostly what they do is they restock, they count the goods and stuff like that, right? Or label them, or they, well, sit at the register. But they don't really try to help you out as much. And that can, I guess, be perceived as a negative point. But again, in Germany, it's all about being self-sustained, about being independent and stuff like that. We just don't like to get into other people's business, or like it's not appreciated if you do that here. Oh, look at that. They have Christmas market stuff up here already. These little stars at the lamppost there. They will be illuminated at some point when the Christmas markets start here. I think it's like late November at the moment, so they should start actually well, any minute now. I'm looking forward to those. That's another point. Christmas in Germany. Oh man, do I love Christmas in Germany. It is probably my favorite time of year, just because of the Christmas markets, because of this general mood here that we will experience, we will get to experience. The Christmas markets themselves are spread everywhere. In every big city you will have multiple ones, especially like Hamburg, Berlin. There's more than one. They are all beautiful. You can just decide which to go to every day. You could go to a new one if you go on a little trip during the Advent time. Keep that in mind though. Starting Christmas, the Christmas markets are gone, or starting like the 24th of December, because that is when Germans will open their presents here in Germany. It's not the 25th in the morning, it's the 24th in the evening, and that's also the reason why the Christmas markets stop on the 24th in most places. Not everywhere, but definitely in most places. And if you want to experience the full well, Advent time, definitely come here. I'd say early December. That's probably one of the best times to, well, explore winter wonderland Germany. Also, I mean, you might get winter wonderland sometimes, like with snow and stuff like that, but not every year, so don't expect that when you come here. But yeah, definitely my favorite season of the year regardless. And I think this video is quite long now. I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any more things that you really love about Germany, like reasons why people should come here, should move here, should check out this amazing country, then well, let us know in the video description, not the video description, in the comments. You can check out different social media links in the video description. That's what I wanted to say. Also different links to all different kind of things. Support possibilities if you love this channel. Well, these videos are made possible by my supporters on patreon.com/getgermanized. So, well, if you enjoyed this video, if you enjoy my videos on a regular basis, I would highly appreciate your support as well. Don't have to, of course, just if you want. And apart from that, thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to get Germanized. Goodbye and auf Wiedersehen. Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Lenz here, and this is Kevin, and you're watching Get Germanized, a Get Germanized Car Thoughts Q&A.
All on board. What should I do?
Ah, ich weiß.
Get Germanized.
Well, last time we had another companion, Dave. Dave is sadly not here anymore. He lives quite far away, but I think we will have some fun, show you some cool stuff and answer some questions that you have asked on Instagram. Nevertheless, and we'll start with the first question, a very saucy one, I told Kevin already. It's about, well, love and romance. Many of you will be interested in what we think about that, I'm sure, and what Germans think about that in general. The question is, what does your ideal significant other look like? So your partner, your significant, or your perfect relationship with someone else. Kevin, do you have any thoughts on that?
Not really.
Great. Next question.
You mean like what the relationship should look like?
Yeah, like is there something that you look for in a potential partner? What is something you really wouldn't like in a person, what annoys you? Like, is there some type of person that you cannot bear to be around, cannot stand? Like, what annoys you in a person, for example? That plays into that, I think.
Well, there has to be a minimum IQ, for example.
Minimum IQ, yes.
Like a flat earther who is serious about it is probably something I would want to date.
What?
A flat earther.
Yeah, the Earth is flat.
What do you mean? What do you know? The Earth is flying on a turtle.
Yeah. But it's flat. It's on a turtle's back.
No, it's round.
I understand what you mean. Yeah, definitely that. Yeah. Minimum IQ, that's perfect.
Yeah.
No, yeah, of course. Someone that can uphold a conversation.
Yes.
What I really hate, you probably as well, then if you're the only one that's talking all the time, basically, and if you feel like if I'm not talking, we wouldn't even have this conversation. Like, or if it's you're the only one that starts a conversation about stuff all the time, right? I mean, that doesn't only play into relationships, romantic relationships. It plays in friendships and everything, right?
Well, yeah, friendship, of course. I mean, a relationship is like a friendship with extra stuff. Yes.
With benefits, yes. Yeah, they're not wrong. I mean, in an ideal circumstance, it is like that, right? Where your partner is also your good friend, maybe even your best friend, whatever. I mean, best friend not necessarily, but good friend. For me, that too, definitely. But like, what annoys me about a partner in a relationship is, for example, because, you know, I'm not necessarily someone that needs to have a super clean flat all the time. Like, I have stuff on my desk lying around and shit like that, right? So it's not always like sterile or anything like that. But if my partner were to never clean up after themselves, so if they leave dirty dishes out, if they never clean the bathroom mess that they made and stuff like that, then I would probably be annoyed quite easily because, you know, I clean up after myself. When I use dishes, I clean them right away and put them away so that later I can just use them again and don't have to worry about it. And like, some people, they don't clean up so long that like fruit flies and shit like that come into the apartment. That would disgust me and annoy me as well. Like, maybe that's the German inside of me, I'm not sure, but I just don't like to clean up after other people. As long as they clean up their own mess, I don't care.
Well, they don't need to vacuum every day.
No, definitely not.
That would be too much.
Yeah, like for example, my parents or my mother, I think she cleans her house like every day. Vacuuming is the one thing that she does every single day, and I'm like, I don't even have time for that shit. Because cleaning up my apartment is really annoying because there's like very different levels all the time and different surfaces, and everything has like tiny corners. It's just tedious to clean my apartment.
And to be 100% clean every single day is actually not really that healthy.
Oh no, because your body doesn't fight shit.
Yeah, because like in my house, like my parents and grandparents are also cleaning every second day. But I'm the one, but they are way more. I'm like the only one who's like never sick, and I clean like once or twice a week.
Yeah, I think so too. It's like when your body isn't exposed to those things, then it doesn't build up antibodies and shit like that. How about we go to the right in here and just check out that street? We're trying to go a way that we usually don't go that often. I mean, I don't actually know where this is leading, so, or where this leads. Oh,
this is a
Sackgasse.
A Sackgasse.
Okay, great.
A new German word.
Yeah, Sackgasse means one-way street. No, not one-way street, sorry. Point of... what is?
Point of no return. Oh, yeah.
I wanted to say point of no return, but that's not true.
A T end? I don't know. Maybe...
Well, it ends and then there's, like, you have to turn around basically to get out of it. I'm pretty sure there's a word for that. I just don't know it, actually.
I've heard it, but I forgot.
Yeah, same.
It's been a while.
Well, maybe we just go to the right and go into the city and then see where we get from there. Well,
into the big city.
Into the big city. Well, what else am I looking for in a significant other? Well, I mean, I've talked about this before. Someone that is just supportive, that supports you the way you are, or maybe not necessarily forces you to become the better version of yourself, but just helps you to become a better version of yourself by just being supportive, you know? Not saying, oh, you have to do this, you have to do that. But if you decide to do something, she encourages it. Or if you're not sure about a certain thing, maybe she gives you advice and stuff like that. That would be something I would really appreciate in a partner, I think.
Also, in my opinion, should also have some interests of their own.
Yeah.
I mean, like if all my partner would be interested in just 24/7 with me, and I can't go after my interests, then yeah.
No, I
mean, it would be cute after in the beginning, but after a while, it would be getting annoying.
Yeah, I think everyone needs their own projects, their own creative outlet, their own hobbies and stuff like that, so that you don't get on each other's nerves after a while. And also, I think a private space in the apartment for for yourself and for your partner, so that you can be separate if you want to, is important too. Like everyone has their own room, at least for hobbies and stuff like that. It doesn't mean that you never are going to see each other again, but just that you can spend time on your own if you need to.
Yeah, I mean, if you're always together with someone 24/7, then sooner or later you're gonna start to hate something.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is also why when I was moving out from my home, I started getting on better terms with my parents, for example.
That makes sense.
Because I didn't see them every day.
Or maybe to the right here. Yeah, no, definitely agree. Like even with close friends, if you were to live with them all the time and didn't have any space between you, I think you just start seeing the faults and the flaws of another person.
Yeah.
I mean, it's normal. Everyone has it, and I'm not saying like that's something that no one should have. It's just human nature. But I think it's way easier to be friends with someone, to be in a relationship with someone, if you give each other some space every now and then. But yeah, I think that's a very interesting question. Maybe you guys in the comments have an answer for that as well. What are you looking for in a relationship? And well, I mean, some people have asked me, what does your partner need to look like? Because of course now we talked about all the characteristics and character traits and stuff like that, right? I mean, my partner also needs to be like loyal, honest, and supportive, like I said, and all of that, and fun to be around. Maybe have a sense of humor that all plays into it. Be a bit nerdy, be a bit kinky, whatever, like stuff like that. Just be an interesting person, I suppose, in a way. But also what they should look like. I am into, like I said, a bit of an alternative appearance. It doesn't have to be, but I mean, I like tattoos, for example, or very few piercings that look like nice, or doesn't, again, if you don't have any, that is not a deal breaker at all. I just say that looks interesting to me. I find that quite cool. If people express themselves that way, I don't have tattoos, and I probably won't get any anytime soon, I don't think, just because my priorities money-wise also lie somewhere else. But I like him in a person. And I like people that look after themselves, that have like a appearance where you say, hey, that person looks really nice, or I don't know, that, yeah, where you just know that they take care of themselves, basically, maybe work out and stuff like that. Other than that, just be a decent person, I think. What about you, Kevin? Do you have any preferences when it comes to looks?
Not really.
Female or male?
Attack helicopter, of course.
Attack helicopter, yes. How could I forget? That's also my preferred type, of course. Yes. But yeah, okay, next question. Okay, would you rather be a famous actor or famous singer? That's an interesting question, just completely different question.
Well, I can't really sing, so I think actor would be more realistic.
Yeah, well, but what would you like? Like if you would have the instant talent once you decide, what would you rather have? A very great voice or an acting talent that can basically make you into like a superstar when it comes to movies and shit like that? I mean, you can also become a famous rock star or a singer, whatever. It's difficult, right?
50-50 for me.
I mean, to be honest, I would really like to be able to sing very well, because that is actually something that I find very attractive in other people too. If they have a talent like that, if they can sing very well or play an instrument very well, or are an artist that can paint very well. I like the artistic type, so to speak. And because I am artistic to a degree. Like I have an artistic creative outlet, whatever you want to call this, video making stuff. It's not necessarily traditionally artistic, maybe like you paint something or you sing or whatever, but it's creative. So I like the creative type, maybe I should say. But I would also love to be an actor if I'm not sure if I have what it takes to become a famous actor, but I would surely like to try or be an actor. I mean, I kind of act sometimes in front of the camera. If I have a bad day, I try to be happy anyway. That's healthy, right? No, but yeah, but it's a really difficult decision. I would love to do both, be able to do both, that is. Do you have an air conditioner? Are air conditioners typical for a German household?
For your house, it's rare. I mean, you have to get out of your way to install it, and only like really rich people only do it.
Yeah.
Although if summers go like this last summer, like in 2018, then I think it will probably be getting more popular.
Yeah, even I looked into getting an air conditioning unit because the last summer was just insanely hot. Scourging sun rays, I don't know how to say that actually, just extremely hot. It was not very nice at some point. It was just too much, and we're not used to that here in Germany, to be honest. The climate change is just making the winters, I mean, at the moment it's not too cold, but makes the winters colder, the weather more extreme, I would say, in general. And my friend Sergio, actually, he got an air conditioning unit with like a hose that you can put out of the balcony door and shit like that. So, yeah, I think it gets more common as well. But cars, for example, are more common to have air conditioning units these days.
My car has air conditioning, and it was the best place to be in the summer, actually, in last summer.
I bet. Just driving around.
If I bought this car like last March, and if I haven't done that for last year and I had my old car still, I probably wouldn't have survived my rides to work and back.
You would have died instantly of dehydration. Yeah, but it's true. It's really intense in the car where you don't have air conditioning, like my car. You have to open your windows and like use the outdoor air conditioning. But if it's like 30 to 40 degrees Celsius outside, it doesn't really help that much. So, yeah, you're definitely going to have a hard time without air conditioning, and especially like in German trains, sometimes the air conditioning doesn't work, it's broken, and then it's so sweaty and disgusting. But it's worse in German subways, subway trains, or Straßenbahn, like the trams, because they often just don't have air conditioning at all. And in the morning hours, rush hour times, or after work, there's just so many people crammed into these tiny spaces without air conditioning. It's just not nice. I mean, because we don't live in a city, we don't have to do that very, very often.
Well, I did that in Cologne.
And how was it?
Okay, it wasn't really that hard during my 2 years there, but as long as the tram is basically underground, it's fine. But as soon as it's outside and the sun can burn on it, then it's not nice.
Yeah, I bet. But yeah, all in all, they get more common, but still rare when it's not, like when you are not talking about cars and air conditioning. That's pretty surprising probably to many people outside of Germany, that just like people from the US just
I think in Japan it's almost every new apartment has it.
Yeah, they need it too, because summers in Japan get pretty hot too, I think. What's the best compliment that you have ever gotten in your life? Can you think of anything?
I don't know.
It's a very hard question to answer, but very interesting, I think.
I have to look back all my years I've lived and all my compliments I've actually gotten.
All the 5, no?
So much.
So many.
So many.
Well, let me think. Well, I really appreciate it if people tell me, like if it's true, of course, if people tell me that my video, for example, has gotten them through a very tough time in their life, or when they had a really bad day, sometimes they write me and say, hey, your videos made me smile that day, otherwise I had a really hard time, and like the only thing that got me through it was one of your videos and stuff like that. That's always really nice to hear. I think these are the nicest compliments. Or sometimes people say, oh, I've only learned German because of your channel, because you made it interesting to me, or you helped me learn it, you helped to spark my interest in it and stuff like that. I think for a YouTuber, those kind of comments that appreciate your work are always the nicest, especially because of course everyone knows what it's like to have like a dark time in their life or a hard time in their life, difficult time, and to help someone else through that is always really cool if you're able to do that with, well, something you're passionate about, like your work. I don't know.
Yeah, I think one of the I don't know if it was really a compliment, but it was.
You suck.
Thank you.
Thanks. Wow, that was so nice.
No, it was during a gig basically with my old band, and it was we were talking about like I think my Pelzer or our guitar player. I think he was talking about something like, I know that I'm not the best guitar player playing in all the bands today, and I said like, yeah, me too. I'm probably not the best bass player but then they said, no, I don't think that's true, and that I think that at that point I think got me thinking into really
being more of a musician.
Yes, because I think during that time I was like really practicing, and I had basically high expectations because my favorite band is basically Dream Theater. And basically I was going straight.
Sorry.
I don't even know where we are anymore.
That's fine.
And yeah, I was like learning their songs basically, and I didn't even know how good I've become after some 2 or 3 years of playing just constantly.
No, I think that's actually something that you can definitely take as a compliment, because I agree with them. You're really good at what you do, and I think you're really good at focusing on a project like that, or practicing, or you compose too, right, with the programs and stuff like that. Yeah. So I think you have a real knack for that, like a talent for that. Okay. No, I think the car is just going somewhere else up there.
I thought it was closer.
Yeah, no, definitely agree. And Kevin is actually planning on, and at some point, also having a YouTube channel where he puts out his music and stuff like that. And we want to do eventually, at least, a Get Germanized music project. Not going to say exactly what it is yet.
No.
But yeah, it's going to be good, and it's going to be fun. So yeah. Oh, okay. We have to go left maybe then. Because there's another street where you can't. Well, you could drive there, but I don't think we should. It looks like.
Because they are the cops just waiting for us.
Probably. No, it looks like a nature preservation area. We have those here in Germany. But yeah. Anyway, that's a nice question. Interesting question. What's your favorite color? Mine is crimson. What's yours?
Color. Well. I like red. Yeah. I think I would say yes.
Blood red. Judge Dredd.
Oh, I think that was the wrong way. Unless he's just stopping for a second.
Oh yeah, shit. We might have to turn around here. Yeah, looks
and
like
the best place to turn around.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Can we? I think we can.
Yeah, we have to do that.
Oh,
be careful though. Or maybe in the next one? I don't know.
Is there next? Oh yeah, there.
Might be better. Anyway, I'll go look at the next question. Do you have... What? Do you have weird habits? What? Okay. Do you have any weird habits? Someone wants to know. Well, that's an interesting street, but I don't think we should go that way.
No.
Well, my weird habits... I think sometimes I talk to myself when I'm alone in the kitchen or something like that. Just like small, like short sentences or something like that when I'm thinking about something, or when I'm listening to like a podcast or to like a D&D show, Dungeons and Dragons show, and I just comment on it when I'm all by myself sometimes. I don't know why, it's just a habit I have. Yeah, I don't know, sometimes I'll just laugh out loud while thinking about shit, and I'm not sure. I think that's something many people do. And I even heard that's something intelligent people do as well. I'm not sure about that actually. I just like to think
talking to yourself.
Yeah, maybe it's also what crazy people do, so that could be something else, yes.
Crazy people most of the times are intelligent.
I suppose.
Just not really social or with social strength.
Let's go straight then. What about you, Kevin? Any weird habits that we should know about, like murdering people or?
Of course.
Of course. Yes.
Do you know Dexter?
Yeah. It's based on your life, the show.
Yes, of
right?
course.
Of course. Detective Kevin murdering people.
I think yes. I mean, like some small OCD stuff, like when I change the volume, it has to be on an even number, for example.
Ah, okay.
Stuff like that makes me crazy. Or like when the one, how do you say that? Gardine? What's I forgot the word.
Gardine is the stuff that you put
the
next to
curtains
of your window.
yes. Like if one curtain is like normal, and the other one is like tucked behind something, and it's not symmetrical.
Okay.
It's like it's kind of makes me crazy.
Also, do you have that where you need to step over like a tile in the floor or something, like where you can't go on the cracks? Is that something too?
Depends. If I'm alone and just concentrating on my shoes, I'm doing it, but I don't have to.
Or anything else like having to pick the third bottle of deodorant instead of the front one in the store or something like that?
No, I don't care.
Because I heard about that too. Is also an OCD thing some people have. No, I don't necessarily have that. Well, the talking to myself is bad enough, I think, but I don't know.
I sometimes too, but not really that much.
No, I mean I don't constantly talk to myself.
But only if I'm alone.
Yeah, of course.
if I know no one else is in the house.
That would be weird if you just talk to yourself while everyone else is there too. So Kevin, what are we gonna do about this? Yeah, that's about it. I think I can't think of any other weird habits. Do you have a favorite car brand or car in general?
As long as the car is good, then it's not only with cars. I don't pick stuff because of the brand. The stuff has to be what I need it to do. And for example, I'm driving a Hyundai car now. I drove Opel before, like a German car, and now a South Korean car. But I like my Hyundai now. It's nice.
Yes.
It could have also been a Toyota or a Renault. I don't know.
It's the same for me. I don't really care as long as the car does what it is supposed to do and gets you from A to B. We don't need to rush. It's okay.
Okay, he's slower than I.
That doesn't matter. Yeah, as long as it gets you from A to B, it's fine. Like my car, for example, is very old, from 1998 still, a Ford Focus. But I don't care as long as it still works. I mean, like I said, I would like to have maybe AC, air conditioning in it or stuff like that. But it's not something I would buy a new car for. As long as it doesn't like break down all the time, it's fine. I don't drive around that much anyway. Maybe to the train station or to the airport. Very rarely to the airport. And there I probably go by train as well. So yeah, I don't really need fancy stuff. I just need stuff that works. I mean, it's different for me with my camera equipment because it plays into my job. I really like to have nice equipment, but that makes sense, I suppose. Other than that, yeah, I like the Tesla car models, Tesla Model 3, for example. If I had enough monies to spare, like if I was really rich, I would just buy that because I think that would be a really cool car to have. And I'm a kind of a technology geek, so I would really appreciate driving a car like that or being able to drive a car like that, but I don't need it. Like I wouldn't get a loan for that, or I wouldn't save up a lot of money just to buy a Tesla car and pay like over 30,000 euros for it. I don't know how much it goes for these days. Probably more than that actually. I think they talked about making it 30K, but I don't think they have yet because it's still pretty expensive to produce, I think. But yeah, I agree with you. What do Germans dislike about foreigners? And what do they appreciate in a foreigner? We have to be very careful with that question. But
are you sure?
Are you sure? Yes. Well, personally, I have a lot of foreign friends, and Kevin too, I think.
Yeah.
Through YouTube, of course, as well, I get to know a lot of people, but mostly Westerners, I would say, like Americans, English people, Canadians, some Indians actually that I've met, but I just, because they live in India, I think, nowadays again, I just haven't progressed friendship-wise with. And not saying that I wouldn't have otherwise, it hasn't happened. But yeah, a lot of Westerners, so I'm not sure. I think some people want me to talk about like not necessarily Eastern Europeans, but maybe Indians in general, or Africans, because I don't talk about that often, because I just don't have any friends from those regions. Again, not because I don't want to, it just hasn't happened. There weren't any YouTuber friends that I met, like even at the YouTube space in Berlin, for example, there weren't that many foreigners from those regions when I was there, or even any. So yeah, it just hasn't happened. And I feel like sometimes they keep to themselves in Germany quite a bit as well, like the Turkish community, for example, or the Russian community and stuff like that. Even in school back then, it was just not very common. I mean, I had some friends, like maybe one or two, a Turkish friend I had, and an African friend, but that was about it, and those were the only. Maybe also because I don't live in a big city, that might play into it. But generally, what I appreciate in a foreigner is just, I don't know, like, it doesn't matter to me that someone is a foreigner as long as we get along and have the same interests and stuff like that. As long as we treat each other with respect. I don't care where you're from, like really I don't. Yeah, I think
he probably has to fit in, like, for example, refusing to learn German while living in Germany is probably not a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you, like, if you just visit as a tourist, we don't expect you to do that.
I think in a foreigner who's living here, that's what I understood in the question actually. Well, if you are just visiting, then we don't expect you to speak German. I mean, you cannot learn it in a day.
No, definitely, and no one will expect you to have learned it in a day. That's just ridiculous.
I mean, I've heard of a project of people learning it in 7 days, but you have to be really hardcore to do that.
Yeah, holy crap, that's really hardcore. No, I wouldn't expect you to do that. But if you live here, if you intend to stay here, I think many Germans will appreciate it if you were to learn German.
Yes.
If you at least try, right?
Yes, yeah.
And don't give up right away after like a few months of learning it, because some people do that because they feel, oh, it's too hard. Nah, I'm just gonna stick to English and live in Berlin for the rest of my life. Well, that's fine, I guess. But don't expect Germans to love that necessarily. Especially the older generations, I think they especially appreciate it if you try to learn German, if you try to adapt to the life here. And don't just live in your own bubble all the time. While that is definitely something you can do in bigger cities, I think it's just nice if you show an appreciation for the way of life and the country that you move to. No one expects you to become German and completely forget your heritage.
No.
That's not going to happen. I mean,
that shouldn't not happen.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, because people have told me as well that, for example, the German communities in other countries are really bad about that as well. And for example, the Germans that have like villages and settlements in Brazil, they don't speak Portuguese sometimes. I wanted to say Brazilian. Brazilian Portuguese. They don't speak that sometimes. They only speak German and maybe a little bit of English, I think, or something like that. I heard at least. Or they speak German there all the time. And the people don't really like that. And I understand. So I feel it's a bit hypocritical if we Germans demand everyone to learn German, because some Germans apparently, or German communities outside of Germany, don't really care about doing that either. So they are very proud of their heritage and they want to be known as German and they feel as German even though they live, for example, in Brazil, which is interesting to me. And so, yeah, I mean, it's easy to say, hey, you have to adapt, you have to learn the language. And I personally, I think I would try as well. For example, in Japan, I would definitely try to adapt some of the cultural behavior and try to learn the language when I intend on living there, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's probably harder than we think to adapt long term. in a society that is not your own. So, yeah, I don't know. Good question. Good question. What do you think, Kevin? Do you think that's enough for today?
I think, yeah.
Yeah, we're at 30 minutes
how long
already
was it?
again. 30 minutes, something. Good length.
Yes.
And I would say, answer the questions in the comments as well, guys, if you have answers, that is. And let us know what you think about our answers. Subscribe to the channel and click on the little join button next to the subscription button if you want to support this channel. That's a great way to do it. There are other possibilities of doing that as well in the video description, like Patreon or PayPal, anything like that. Or just watching and liking the video, subscribing, all of that is very good as well. And apart from that, thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to get Germanized. Goodbye and auf Wiedersehen, guys. Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Lenz and you're watching Get Germanized, a Q&A Car of Thoughts episode with two special guests, Kevin and Vlog Dave in the back there.
I am bored. What should I do?
Ah, ich weiß.
Get Germanized.
Last time we answered some of your questions and just had a general discussion around. I think that was more like it actually, because I mean your questions led to us discussing other things, and I believe that's how it's gonna be today in this episode again, and that is completely fine because it was super interesting and hopefully for you as well. And of course we have more questions asked by you on Instagram and on other social media, and we're gonna take that right now. If you want to join my social media, follow my links in the video description. But yeah, the first question would be favorite German band of all time and why? Maybe like a top 3. I would say. Let me start by saying Rammstein, probably. I mean, I have to include this, otherwise people will go ballistic if I don't include Rammstein in this list. But that's probably my top 1 because it's just one of the oldest German bands that I know, that I've listened to for a long time already. Top 2, that is more difficult because there's so many, probably Die Ärzte, the Doctors, I talked about them a lot before. And top 3, that is the most difficult, I believe. I mean, I really like the Guano Apes, but they don't sing in German, they are just German, so I'm not sure if it counts. I guess it could count.
Well, a German band, yeah, where the members are German, I think doesn't matter what they sing.
Okay, so that's my top 3. Even though there's many other German bands that I really like as well, that would probably fill the 3rd spot as well.
Yeah.
But that's just the first one that came to mind now.
For my, Rammstein is definitely in the top 3. Subway to Sally.
Oh yeah, that's another one I would have chosen.
Not sure of 3rd spot. I think I have to give it to Kraftwerk.
Kraftwerk, yeah. Autobahn.
Oh, okay. Well, didn't see that one coming.
That's what she said.
Good choice though. A good choice though. Yeah, I definitely agree on Rammstein. It's in my top 3. Also, Die Ärzte, the Doctors, definitely. And number 3, well, Subway to Sally would be a very good choice. That could easily be number 3. But also another band that is related to Die Ärzte is the Farin Urlaub Racing Team, which is a second band of the guitarist and one of the 3 singers in Die Ärzte. He's the tall blonde guy, by the way. And I like them very much as well because they also have like trumpets and saxophones and stuff like that in the band. And
Saxophone.
Oh yeah, sex hotlines, saxophone. And well, female singers and stuff. So, and it's also really rocking out with a certain metal attitude to it as well. And I can highly recommend that band as well, the Farin Urlaub Racing Team, Die Ärzte and Rammstein. But as the guys have already mentioned, there are many other bands that are really good and really popular in Germany as well. For instance, Kraftklub, Die Toten Hosen, which is similar to Die Ärzte, equally old by the way. I think both bands founded in 1982. And well, Kraftwerk is definitely an interesting choice. And there's another band that don't really make songs in German, but that's also really good, is the Beatsteaks. They're also from Berlin.
Yeah, I love them too.
Like a kind of rock and roll, alternative type of rock music. Really highly recommended, yeah.
Yeah, like I said, there would have been many more that we could have included in this list, and I've made many videos about German bands if you want to check those out. But also let us know your favorite German bands in the comments. Maybe there's some that we don't even know that you can recommend to us.
Umf is another one.
Eisbrecher Umf, yeah.
Eisbrecher Umf. Umf, by the way, is the band that Rammstein liked to mention as an influence on them, because first there was Umf and then there was Rammstein. So that's a highly influential band to Rammstein, and very similar in style. Yeah.
Okay, another very interesting question, very original. I mean, relatively original. What would you do if you had €1 million?
$1 million? Mm-hmm. Well, nowadays you cannot live off that million for the rest of your life, so probably try to invest it into something.
You can't live off that because of taxes, right? And shit like that.
Well, in Germany, the rich people tax, yeah, you have to basically pay tax of it every year. Mm-hmm. Until you get like below 10k, I think.
Oh shit, I forgot about that actually. That sucks. Well, yeah, so definitely invested, right?
Yeah, invested, like in stuff you already wanted or need for. I mean, like you can invest it in gear for like cameras for the channel.
1 million cheeseburgers.
Well, they are not €1 anymore. They're a little bit more. So
no. What has this word?
You need 2 million for 1 million.
No. But yeah, what else? Invested is boring, Kevin. That is a boring answer. What would you do with your money?
Yeah, well, invest also means buy stuff. Maybe invested in some shares from promising companies.
Shares.
Oh,
shares. I was like, he would invest in chairs. I was like, what?
Yeah. He's a well-known chair collector, so as everyone knows.
This golden chair with diamond inlets.
From the 16th century.
Yeah. Yes.
With engravings and stuff.
And then he has this massive warehouse full of chairs.
Yeah. I can totally imagine that.
That would have been amazing. But yeah, shares. A shareholder. You want to become a shareholder.
Ein Stuhlhalter.
Ein Stuhlhalter. Okay.
Good question. I mean, 1 million, I agree with Kevin on that. I think these days it's possible to live with like $1 million for the rest of your life.
Well, if you like the cheap student lifestyle, for example.
I mean, that's
my favorite lifestyle.
It obviously depends on your lifestyle, definitely. I think I'd buy myself like maybe like a flat that I own. Or like a house, a little house.
Yeah.
And definitely,
and that's half of your money.
Yeah. I would definitely set up a studio kind of room or multiple rooms that are pretty much my studio for recording things. Really, really good microphones. We actually just talked about a pretty cool microphone this morning, Vuko and I. We talked about the Neumann
A87 or something? U87?
I think U87. Or something like that.
AI or something like that.
Yeah. Really good brand, by the way.
Not sponsored.
Yeah, not sponsored, but Neumann, yeah. Good equipment, definitely. And since I like to go to concerts, I guess I'd like to, see many different festivals and pretty much attend every single one of them with that money. And also maybe try to get special tickets for concerts, because sometimes there are VIP packages, for instance, where you can meet and greet the band and the artists in question. So that would be really cool.
Fanboy.
I mean, if I got the opportunity to meet someone like Dave Grohl because of that, for instance, which would be one of my dreams in that sense.
A fanboy.
Yeah, I'm a Dave Grohl fanboy. That is true. that would be totally worth it. So yeah.
Yeah, for me, 1 million. Oh shit! What is that person doing? Damn it! Scared me for a second. For me, 1 million euros would be invested. Definitely, half of it probably in also a house, but I would make it so that it's near a bigger city, but in the countryside still. And also, I would try to get it off the grid, so that I could probably plaster the whole roof with solar power. Solar panels, and maybe have like a tiny like windmill that produces energy nearby, because you can buy some of those for your own house, and then have like multiple batteries that store the energy, because they sell those power walls, they're called, for your garage, for example. You can have like 2 in there, and then one powers your whole house already, I think. So I would try to get the electricity off the grid. And maybe, I don't know how I would do it, but maybe something to catch rainwater and then filter that as well, and to have water for free as well and shit like that. But just because, like you said, this money won't last me forever. Yeah. And why not make it so that you don't have to spend a whole lot of money once you're depleted of that money. So that you don't really have to take a sucky job just because you don't have money for your house anymore. I don't know, that just came to mind, to make it off, like be able to live off grid in that house. It would be cool, I think. Maybe have a little garden with like vegetables and stuff like that. I sound like a prepper for doomsday, but I mean, that would just be something smart to do, I believe. And with the rest of the money, I would definitely travel the world and also buy equipment for my channel, better stuff. I mean, I have pretty good equipment right now, but for example, what else would I like to get actually? Maybe just multiple cameras of my main camera, so that I can do different angles and stuff like that. Or, I mean, if I had 2 of those, we could have filmed ourselves with a really good camera as well right now. So that would have been cool. Like you said, the really good microphone there would be awesome. Blitzer, sorry. That was just a...
I just saw it.
Speed camera.
It was quick enough.
Okay, cool. Anyway, yeah, that, and invest stuff in shares of companies probably as well. I mean, and then probably the money is gone.
Stühle von Firmen.
Yeah, shares of companies. Stühle von Firmen.
Shares of companies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's also something that we fantasized about or talked about. That at some point we might have or like to have a studio that we both could use, like in a different building. So in a building complex, for instance, with many other different studios, and where you can meet other, well, artists and YouTubers and creative people in general. That would be a really cool idea. Apart from the question, but yeah.
No, I agree, and I guess we shall move on to the next question. Is your car automatic or manual? Or let's also expand on that question. Have you ever driven a manual car? I mean, we all have driven automatic. No,
manual.
The other way around. We all have driven manual, but have we all driven automatic?
No,
before?
I haven't.
Really, never.
I mean, I've seen people drive in it, like when I was on the co-seat on the shotgun.
Yeah.
I mean,
I kind of know how it works.
Kevin, sit on the shotgun.
On the shotgun. Yes. I like to live dangerous.
Ready for the shot?
Bang.
And but I haven't driven it myself, but I know how it works.
Mm. Dave?
No, actually, I've never driven an automatic car, but I wouldn't mind driving one. To be honest, I don't really need to drive a manual car.
Lazy mode activate.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there are many people, to be honest, that I know, many acquaintances and friends that that have told me, okay, I really like to drive a manual car. I could never drive a car with an automatic setting. So, because I like to drive fast, and the feeling of driving manual, that is uncomparable.
I wanna go fast.
And it's unique, and it gives me strength and lets me feel like a man, and you know, masculinity and stuff, and
it's muscle cars.
Yeah, and whatnot. So, but you know, I personally wouldn't mind driving an automatic car, and in fact, I might get one at some point. So, yeah.
I have driven an automatic car before, and it was really confusing because there's obviously one pedal missing, the clutch.
Clutch, yes.
And for some reason they put the brakes there where the clutch is.
No, the brakes are actually on the same spot, right?
No, it was in a. I mean,
They really adjusted that. It's like instead of like two on the right, it's like one on the right and one on the left.
I mean, it depends on the car, obviously, but it was very confusing because I was so used to having to press the clutch, of course. For example, also when stopping, right? Otherwise, the car goes off, turns off, and so I hit like the brakes, like emergency brake, basically, like. And I was like, holy shit, what happened? And, oh yeah, I'm driving an automatic car, shit.
Yeah. I wonder if like automatic cars are built the same in all parts of the world, or if there are differences regarding the pedals and how it's constructed.
Well, actually, I think the pedal position should be universal worldwide, because even on like left side driving countries like England or Japan, the cars where your driver is on the right side, the pedal position is always the same. Gas is on the right, brake in the middle.
And I guess at some part in the, well, more or less near future, the question of driving a manual car versus an automatic car might be irrelevant, because we might have self-driving cars by that point. So.
Very true. I mean, Tesla is advancing the technology, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
there are actually many.
Tesla is doing that, but he's already made that 100 years. Like, oh man, he's nice. He's really good.
Nikola Tesla, yeah.
Yeah.
In Germany, I think there are many tracks and more tracks of the Autobahn that are specifically used for testing automated cars these days, and especially trucks, I think, and buses, like public transportation vehicles at the moment. And I think that will become very normal in the near future. But right now, I think many people that might have driven their cars for, like, let's say 20 years or 30 years plus, they might not be a fan of the idea of just sitting in a car and not driving yourself, I could imagine. But our generation and the younger generations that begin to drive right now and learn driving, they might have a whole different approach and opinion on that.
I would love it if I just could sit down in my car and it would drive me somewhere. I could maybe work, or I could just relax or read a book or listen to music. And I mean, it will be like that at some point. I think Elon Musk said that his goal basically is that we all kind of share our car as well. So if we don't need it, once we're at home or at work, for that time span, we can rent out our car via like an app system, and our car basically just drives somewhere to pick up some other person and puts them somewhere, like drops them off somewhere, and then it comes back at some point. And then people, of course, said, but what if the person that takes your car destroys something inside or wrecks something? I mean, of course, you can just put all your really valuable belongings somewhere else, like not inside the car, or maybe in the glove box that has like a code lock or something like that, right?
I think if it comes to that, people don't own a car. It's like one city has that many people living there, and they get that amount of car that belongs to the city, and then you have basically to like, I need a car from then to then, and then I'm going to there.
Makes sense. Yeah.
They basically you basically order that car, and then that car basically comes then at that time you specify it to your house, and then drives you.
I mean, that could work, but also then you might have to wait, right?
Yeah, it's not really. If you spontaneously want to go somewhere, that might be that possible. But like going to work would be like that way.
Yeah. I mean, it would definitely be more efficient. I think. I mean, is of course the head of the company that invents those cars, that builds those cars. But he said, like Elon Musk said, that the car is already, like the self-driving car is already 90% more safe than a human driving the car, because of course it has cameras everywhere and it can just react in a split second, basically, right?
Well, the thing is, the moment, as long as one car on a on a highway is driven by a human, it's not safe. Every car needs to be automated.
Yeah, I mean, still, the automatic car can react better to the human being an idiot because it has these fast reaction times that humans just don't have. I think there will be a transition period like we had with horse carriages and cars, where you will find both on the same street for a while, and it will be really weird. And then at some point in the future, everyone will have like a self-driving car. That might be a while, but I still believe that is the future for sure. And I'm looking forward to that future, to be honest.
Same, yeah. I mean, that's a whole topic that we could talk about like for hours, pretty much, because there are many different things we could tackle. Something that is also, well, a very difficult point when it comes to cars and transportation these days is the parking situations in many cities, especially in bigger cities. Because I think I saw a documentary about that topic, and it said like over, I think, 70% of all driving spaces and cars and that kind of are parked cars and not driving cars, actually. So cities are actually polluted with or by driving cars, first and foremost, and traffic cannot really flow all that well anymore. And that's a big problem, especially when you think about, well, companies that sell their goods and that have to transport their goods to the customers. And all the transportation vehicles, the amount of transportation vehicles is so high nowadays, because more and more people buy more and more things online, which is good, convenient, but then again it also affects the traffic. So there's another topic that is related to that, drones, for instance, that might transport things to you, or central buildings where you can pick up your packages and stuff in the future. So it's all connected to many other important and future topics. And also people think like, okay, what if how can the car decide, the automatic car decide on whether it should drive left or drive right when there are, like, for instance, when there's a kid and an old grandma standing on the street, and how should it actually make a decision, an ethic decision, a moral decision, so to speak, because it cannot really think that way like a human being could.
It will probably just break, to be honest.
Yeah, and like philosophers and car developers say, okay, like judicially we could arrange it so that the car is programmed that it will drive left, that's the priority, no matter how many people or who's standing there, and if it can't drive left, it will, well, drive or turn right instead. So it's like a fixed pattern, and it's not a pattern that relies on the context of who's standing where, you know. So but there are many more interesting and difficult judicial topics that are related to that courts and politicians have to discuss about that. Yeah.
Regarding what you said about the streets being convoluted with cars and stuff like that, I think once every car is automatic and solar power, like electric powered, right? It will be less of a problem because the efficiency will be much higher. People won't cut in line and will not create accidents so much to really, yeah, like I said, convolute streets, and it won't be that much of a problem anymore, at least, I don't think, at least. And so the traffic will flow much more, even if there's maybe more cars. Yep. I think that way, at least. I don't know if that's going to be true, but...
Yeah, because they don't really have to park for a long time, and they're like constantly driving. And that is, I think, a very positive aspect of that.
Yeah, and once the battery is empty, they're just going to drive themselves into these docking stations, probably. They don't exist just yet because there's already... I mean, there's still a cable that you have to plug in, but I think it will evolve into being like a docking station, like with these Roomba vacuum robots that you have for your house, where they just dock in automatically at some point.
Interesting question. Do you have, like where you guys live, do you have docking stations for electric cars that you know of?
There's some near us, definitely.
Yeah.
Not too many, but I think if you buy a Tesla car, for example, it will, on the inbuilt map system, it will show you where the docking stations are and where's the next one that you need to go to. Because otherwise you would have too little energy to get to the next one or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't think that's too much of a problem once they have a system like that in place. Anyway, we talked about that for quite some time now.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, a famous, very popular question that gets asked all the time. Any advice for people wanting to learn a new language? Because Kevin, you are learning Japanese at the moment.
Well, I'm using an app called Duolingo, which is actually really good.
Not sponsored.
not sponsored. Well, it's free, of course.
Yeah.
Well, you can pay for it if you want some offline courses, but you need an internet connection for it otherwise. But yeah, that and well, there are unlimited sources online. You can just search for name of language courses in Google and just click on the first 10 links and read through all of them.
And you know the language, done.
Basically, yeah, you need to get from there, but you need to learn it. Yeah, you need to learn it yourself. You need to have some. You need to put in work yourself. You don't get handed it to you.
Yeah, definitely. You need to put in work. You need to immerse yourself in the language and have it around you as much as possible. You need to speak it as much as possible, because, like I always say, language attrition is a real thing. You will forget the language that you don't use at some point. Like it was for me with Spanish and French. Oh well. Yeah.
¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
Una cerveza, por favor. Yeah.
So Dave.
I mean, it sounds strange when we say that, but it's. I think it's definitely true. We are native speakers and native teachers, which is highly beneficial to you when you want to learn a language, I think. When you have the chance to learn a language from a native, like a native speaker, that's really, really good and a quality option, I think, as compared to just having an app. But it's, of course, it's also a good idea to combine many different learning resources, apps, videos, tutorial videos. For instance, I mean, you know, simple things when you get like a new, let's say a new camera, for instance, and you don't know how it works and you don't want to read the manual because reading a manual is boring, and you'd much rather watch a YouTube video on how it works, and you're already learning a language, you could watch a German tutorial with subtitles, for instance. I mean, it's always a bit tricky when it comes to YouTube subtitles that are generated automatically, because there's a high chance that that might be not as proper, as proper and as
proper.
As proper.
You said as.
But still, I mean, yeah, surrounding yourself, immersing yourself with things, music, books, and many people actually have learned German with bands like Rammstein.
Indeed. I mean, I actually just got a comment by someone saying, "Oh, I only started learning German because of Rammstein."
Yeah. I actually watched many documentaries on Rammstein, on DVDs that they put out and stuff. And I think it was in Russia where people actually attended a concert by them, because they don't really play there too often, but every once in a while. And they are standing there with the booklets and reading the texts, and they actually read the text and sing along to them in German, because they learn, or they have learned some German with the lyrics, which is really, really cool, I think. So, yeah.
I always say find something that you're really passionate about, but in the language you want to learn. That makes it much easier to be interested, because for me, like I have mentioned many times, it was just shows and anime and movies and stuff like that in English that I really wanted to read, but my English wasn't good enough. So while watching the show and while reading the book, I always looked up words in a dictionary, basically, while learning, while reading, or while watching it. And because that was very relevant to what I was seeing and what I was interested in, it stuck with me.
Yeah.
And I was like, I have to remember this for next time, because that will definitely be mentioned again in this book or in this series or whatnot. So I always say, find something you're passionate about and use that to your benefit.
Yeah.
Another good idea might be like, if you have a favorite movie and you know that movie by heart because you've watched it like 20 times, watch it in another language.
Fight Club,
in another dub, for example.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, like the first movie I watched fully in English without any subtitles was Star Wars Episode 3.
Yeah. Very good choice, Kevin.
I mean, like, you can watch that in German dub, for example. Unbegrenzte Macht.
And also there's a whole like really big dubbing community in Germany, because big blockbusters from the USA and other countries are usually dubbed and get like a voice acting makeover by German voice actors, and there are many really good German voice actors. So if you are interested in learning German that way, that's totally an option. Yeah.
For sure. I mean, that's what it's for, right? I mean, also.
Or listening to German radio stations online, because even though you might not live in Germany and you can't really listen to German radio stations on your radio in the US, you might be able to listen to those via web, like on the website of those stations, via live streaming. So.
Indeed. Another thing that people always want to know is, of course, what's your favorite German movie of all time and why, if you have one, or show.
A German movie.
Yeah, German movie. Doesn't have to be one of the really popular ones. Can also be a more indie one, maybe. I don't know, but it's difficult.
Well, I first have to think at what movies I watch are actually German made.
I mean, for me, a movie that really impressed me was The Downfall, Der Untergang, which is about Hitler.
Yeah.
And Hitler is portrayed by Bruno Ganz. I think he is even an Austrian actor. And he really portrayed Hitler like classy. That is really good.
Classy.
Classy. Like,
you mean
classy,
well? He portrayed him well.
As classy as you can portray Hitler. I mean,
Indeed.
Yeah. That would be one. There's a movie called Anatomy, which
that one is good. Yeah.
Pretty cool. And in a way, although it isn't really a German movie in the first place, but a production like Resident Evil, for instance, the Resident Evil movie, the first one, is produced by Bernd Eichinger. You might be familiar with that name, because he's a pretty popular, or he was a pretty popular and famous German producer. I think he died in 2011. And also there is a very famous German actress in that movie, Heike Makatsch. I think she also appeared in many other American productions, as well as Diane Kruger, for instance. Yeah, but to be honest, most movies that I watch are like, well, Hollywood movies and movies from other countries, but not necessarily German ones. There is a German movie series. It's pretty hard to describe, because it's actually a show, but each episode of the show is made like a movie when it comes to production standards and stuff, and the length of them, because there are like 1.5 hours long each episode. And that show is called Tatort.
Oh yeah.
Which is
I was like, what show is he talking about?
Yeah.
Tatort. Yeah.
Which is a German crime investigation series or crime investigation show, with many different teams, investigating teams in many different cities. For instance, Cologne, Dortmund, the Ruhrgebiet, and also Berlin, I think, Hamburg. That's well, many episodes of that series are really cool and well made as well, I think.
Yeah, I agree. And also another movie, Das Experiment.
Oh yeah.
Is really well done as well. I mean, it has a Hollywood cover by now, I think, as well, right? Mm-hmm. But I really think the German one is better, and it's really good. You should watch that one too.
When it comes to funny movies, kinda, or like comedy type-ish movies, I think I would recommend Der Schuh des Manitou as well.
Oh, well, yeah, okay.
Which was, I think, produced in the early 2000s, which is, or it features many well-known German comedians and actors like Sky Dumont and Michael Bulli Herbig, who also worked as the producer, the director of that movie. And that's rather like a fun little movie.
That's typical German humor right there. Like, that's what so many Germans are into. But for me, it's a little bit, I don't know. It's just a bit, it's not, I don't think it's that funny, to be honest. I don't know, but maybe it's just not my type of humor.
Yeah, I mean, I think I really liked that movie back in the day. I don't know if I would like it, well, as much these days. I don't know, I haven't seen it in a while, but I remember that I liked it back then, so I don't know.
Anyway, let us know about your favorite German movies in the comments below. That should be probably the end for this episode, but if you enjoyed this one, leave a like, subscribe, and check out Dave's channel, Vlog Dave, and check out the other links I'll put in the video description. And click the little join button next to the subscription button if you want to support this channel. And apart from that, thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to get Germanized. Goodbye and auf Wiedersehen. Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenze and this is Crystal Wings and you're watching Get Germanized. Let's get ready to ramble episode 2, where basically car thoughts, but better because Crystal is here. Let's go.
I am bored. What should I do?
Ich weiß.
Get Germanized.
So today we're talking about, well, anything and everything really, and compare, like, she's from the US, I'm from Germany. We're gonna just compare life experiences and stuff that could be interesting to you. Nothing in specific. We thought we're on the way to another Christmas market to Osnabrück, so we kind of want to show off what we see. It's kind of nice, the weather at the moment at least. It was gray all day. We were talking about that before, how when you always have these gray skies, it can get depressing, but you're from San Diego.
Yeah, it's completely different. In San Diego, it's always sunny. I mean, that's how people know San Diego. They call it sunny San Diego.
Just like in Philadelphia, right?
Yeah, exactly. And people go there to vacation because of the weather, because it's so nice. So, I mean, people do a lot of like outdoorsy stuff when they're in San Diego too, just because the weather is so beautiful. But I personally like kind of gloomy skies once in a while, and rain. I love the rain, and I wish that it rained more in San Diego. So for me, it gets a little tiresome when it's just sunny all the time. It's like, ugh.
Well, actually, the people might not be able to see you very well. Let's do this. That's probably better. Hello. Yeah, it's always like the grass is always greener on the other side, right? You always want what you can have, and so in Germany, it doesn't really. I mean, we did get a lot of sunshine this year, to be fair. This summer was insane. Many crops died because it was so hot all the time.
It was so hot, yeah.
And farmers weren't ready, I don't think.
Absolutely not.
But generally, winters are pretty long. I mean, at least the weather is bad for pretty long during the year. But we do have nice days. I mean, today it's cloudy, but the sky looks really interesting.
Yeah, the sun kept peeking out of the clouds, and I was looking out the window, and it was like, oh, the sun's out. And then you look out the window again, and the sun was hiding.
Yeah.
So
it changes pretty quickly as well, the weather here.
Yeah.
But just look at that sky, guys. It's just beautiful.
Yeah.
You can see parts of it. The sun is a little bit more to the right at the moment, but it's like now 3:18 p.m. It gets dark pretty quickly at the moment.
It's probably going to get dark within an hour. So.
Yeah, that's why we wanted to use the last sunlight for you to film a video for you guys, and then enjoy the Christmas market during, well, not nighttime, but like darker time, I guess. The lights and stuff like that. I'll try to include stuff again if we take pictures there, so that you can enjoy it with us, basically.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed the last video where we went to the Bückeburg Christmas magic, they call it, Weihnachtszauber.
That was beautiful.
It was, wasn't it? It was really nice. We went inside the freaking castle. I mean, I've been there before, but I didn't remember how beautiful it was. Like, it's really well kept.
It was so fancy, from just the way the architecture was to the art to even what people were selling inside of the castle. It was just like very, very expensive clothes
Yeah.
with very expensive material and all kinds of art, and it was really extravagant. Like I had no idea what to expect. Like it was very much like a much more expensive version of like December nights in San Diego.
Yeah, there was this sweater that cost like what, $300 to $400 or euros or whatever.
Yeah.
It was insane. I was like, holy shit, they really cater to the rich people with this event. Because I mean, who can afford that, or who wants to afford a sweater for $300?
No.
That's insane. I mean, if it's like, I don't know, if it was cashmere or whatever, or silk, it didn't look like it. Maybe cashmere, I don't know, but
Yeah, I saw a lot of, I guess, furs.
oh yeah,
Yeah, lots and lots of furs. And just, I mean, I'm not too familiar with like fancy material, for like clothing material, but it just looked so lush.
yeah, I guess the upper class of Germany hasn't arrived in 2018 yet, where you shouldn't really be after furs that much anymore, because I saw a lot of these pompous old ladies. They were quite rude, to be honest, as well, partially at least, because we bumped into one of the ladies or something like that almost, and I said, excuse me, and she said, yeah, just don't walk on the left or something like that, because I mean there were like a couple of old ladies walking. We were going up a staircase, right, up to this alcohol area there.
Yeah.
And then there was a lady on the left, lady on the right, and I was like, oh, where to go? So I did a little bit of a slalom. So I said like, oh, what a slalom, haha, funny. And then this lady really grumpy, like, yeah, just walk on the right. I'm like, oh, sorry. No, I said like, oh yeah, but not everyone did that, so I couldn't. And it's just, why do I even have to say that? It's just, oh, sorry, excuse me, or something like that. I don't know.
There's kind of a lot of people there.
Yeah, true. You can't generalize, but
yeah,
but.
I'm more so meaning like her. It's like you can't really complain because you're going to a place that's already crowded. And we were actually we actually went there at a good time, because by the time we were leaving, a lot of people started coming in. Yeah. Because it was getting darker.
Might be unlucky today, to be honest.
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, it's not as big of an event. I mean, it is, but it's not the Christmas magic, whatever. It doesn't cost entrance fee, because we had to pay $15.
Yeah, because it's probably not going to be at a castle.
No.
So.
I mean, there are nice buildings in Osnabrück, but it's mostly like the inner city district that has the Christmas market with booths and stuff like that next to like the clothes stores, or in that area, I think, in that general area somewhere. Yeah. I don't remember exactly where, but it's pretty nice as well. Just nothing compared, because it's not in a castle. So I can't beat that, really.
Yeah.
Can you?
It's insane.
No. Now, we were thinking about here, you can see it on the sign, going to the Varusschlacht today. But if we go there, I don't think we'll have enough time for the Christmas market. We might go there another time, maybe. We're not sure if it was exciting or not, because we looked it up on the internet. It's basically where the Germans, or the Germanic folk back in the day, battled the Roman invaders. And I think won. I'm not 100% sure when it comes to that part of history. But that's actually where the battlefield was, the Battle of Varus. Of Varus, I don't know how you say it, Walrus. The Battle of Walrus. So that could be potentially interesting. They do an annual reenactment of the battle. And
that sounds so cool.
Yeah, they dress up in like Roman armor, and the German side dresses up in Germanic armor and stuff like that. So it is pretty cool.
Yeah.
But I've never attended, because I was never not busy when it happened.
Yeah.
But I might plan that for next year, just to film and to show everyone what that's like.
Yeah.
Because it looks pretty sick. But basically what they got there at the moment, it's just a museum, I think, and some art installations, and they built like a wall in the style of how the Germanic people built them to defend themselves against the Romans. So it's basically just a bunch of sticks like made up for a wall.
Yeah, so it's definitely something that you can go see. Oh, it's so pretty here, by the way.
Yeah, it's nice with all these leaves still on the trees.
The colors, yeah.
I mean, not all of them. There's pretty dead trees, or dead looking trees as well, but it's nice at the moment. I don't mind.
The colors are pretty.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would go see that. But yeah, now it's very calm because it's just like, well, you just kind of, it's like playing Minecraft. you go there and you just kind of work with what you have.
Yeah.
But I think if you were to go there when they have the reenactment going on, I think that would be really fun.
That'd be awesome.
It would be a lot more immersive.
Busy as well, though.
Busy, yes.
Pretty sure it would be very busy. Oh, hello there, dude.
Whoa.
Interesting choice to overtake. People here in Germany, that's another thing what I don't like about driving sometimes in Germany. They don't care if they die or not, it seems like that sometimes. Because people will overtake you just before like a curved road, like a, what do you call it, a bend?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just before a bend.
Just before a bend, when you can't really see if there's gonna be anyone on the left side of the road or not, like coming your way. So they're just taking the, like, see?
Like this guy.
Another dude, just, it probably didn't look as bad, but it looked pretty scary when...
Thanks for the example. That was very, that was a, good coincidence, good timing.
Yeah, stuff like that happens quite often. People are very not patient when it comes to, well, I guess when they are heading somewhere, when they have a time limit and stuff like that, then they really quickly abandon the road rules. And I think the guy behind us is about to overtake us as well. We shall see.
Oh, yep.
No. I mean, it's 80 or 70 here actually, so they can't complain too much about us driving, 80?
Yeah, I get that way when I drive on, well, this guy too, on the freeway in San Diego, because I think the freeway's like 70, but there are so many people there who very clearly go like 100.
Yeah.
And sometimes I go like probably 75, 80, like on the left side, not the carpool lane. Like if I'm carpooling, then yeah, the carpool lane. But
yeah.
It's usually when you're on the left side, that's like the faster lane, because if you go on the right, that means you're probably gonna take an exit or something. But if I'm driving on the left lane, there are still people behind me that are like passing me, and I'm like, dude, how fast do you need me to go?
Yeah, that's the same here, kind of.
Yeah, it's like I don't want to get in trouble. Like
that's why I don't like driving on the autobahn. There, it's just to the extreme, the same behavior, just worse. Especially if you're in the fast lane on the very left side. People can technically, for a lot of the parts of the German autobahn, go as fast as they want to, as fast as the car allows it, and as fast as, well, the other cars in front of them allow it. So they're just like lightning sometimes. It's really stressful if you don't have a car that goes that fast, or if you don't want to go that fast, because I just think it's irresponsible. That's actually an example someone made. Germans have their autobahn and Americans have their guns, and that's probably something where the law is very hard to change, because if we were to say, hey, let's set a maximum speed limit on the autobahn, people would probably go insane, because it's been like this forever. Why? Blah blah blah. That's like the status symbol of Germany that we have that and shit like that.
Yeah.
And the same kind of discussion happens in the US, right? I mean, not for different reasons, but
very different reasons.
Yeah, like Second Amendment and all of that, defending yourself against the state and shit. But it's more so that you're so used to something and you feel like it's your right to have that, to do it like that, that you will have a very hard time to change it in that country. So they compared it to the German autobahn. I thought that was a clever example, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the same, I know, but like it feels similar to me, because I've never had guns or anything like that. So it's not the same. But the German autobahn also costs a lot of lives, because there are a lot of accidents that happen, obviously.
Yeah.
So if they were to decrease the speed limit, to set a speed limit in most places, there is a speed limit already for some places, but if they just said the general maximum speed would be 130 on the autobahn, kilometers an hour, then statistically there's gonna be most likely less accidents and less deaths. So if you were to say, hey, let's limit all the guns, or let's take them away, I guess that's even worse to some, then deaths might, I don't know, it's not really the same. I see that now that we're talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, it really.
But a nice mind game. What do you call that? Not mind game.
Yeah, like I can see why people would.
Theory?
Like, yeah, I can see why people would, compare the two, but.
Because we don't have anything that compares. That's why, probably.
But it's like, I mean, guns are. They're guns.
Yeah, they're guns, and Autobahn is a street. I know.
So,
okay, I get it.
But yeah, it's like I don't know how many casualties there are on the Autobahn. So.
And I don't know the casualties for the guns or anything like that either.
Yeah, it depends on what side you're looking at, I suppose. Oh, hey, it's raining.
That's what I thought. Well, it was a 90% rain tendency today. I looked it up. So I hope it's going to stop once we're there.
Yeah.
But we shall see, won't we?
We'll figure it out when we get there.
But see, the weather changed again. Like now it's like gloomy again everywhere. I mean, on camera it looks actually nicer than it is. I mean, not by a lot, but a little bit. It looks more like contrasty.
Yeah.
A little bit.
The darker clouds. Earlier today there were no clouds. It was just
in the morning.
Yeah, it was just very white, very gray.
Oh well, I mean that means there's clouds everywhere. So.
Oh well, yeah, there are clouds everywhere. But I more so mean like the fluffy clouds.
Yeah.
It was just more so like it's just a sheet. It's just a blanket. But,
not the rain clouds.
No, exactly.
I mean, I always say this, but when I lived in Australia, actually that's something else I wanted to talk about, different places where we might both have lived and talk about what life was there and stuff like that, what life was like there. In Australia, the weather was mostly a bit cloudy in the morning in Victoria, where I lived, near Melbourne.
Yes.
And then during the day, it was just sunny and nice.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why that is. It was just the opposite of what it is like here most of the time. Because here you get like a little bit of sunshine in the morning mostly, and then the rest of the day is like cloudy and boo.
Oh.
But you said there was no sun in the morning either, so I mean a little bit, right?
Just a little bit. Like it just came and went basically. Yeah. But oh my god, like this place.
Oh shit, yeah, the house burned down. Not sure if you saw that, guys. That's been like this for a while. Just imagine your house burning down. Holy shit, that must be. I mean, same with with the fires now in Malibu and stuff like that in California.
Well, that looked like it was an accident within the house.
It was not a bushfire.
No,
or something.
Everything else looked fine.
Like a wildfire.
The house. That was insane. Oh.
But yeah, life in... Well, have you lived somewhere else in San Diego?
Actually, no. I've only lived in San Diego, so unfortunately I can't speak... What river is this, by the way?
That river?
Yes.
Good question. Now I'm embarrassed because I don't remember.
It's okay.
Got me there.
Yeah. But I actually haven't lived anywhere else other than San Diego, so unfortunately I don't have a lot to say about that, but...
That's fine.
But, I'm hoping to stay a bit longer here next time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
But I don't know how that's going to work out. But yeah, it's like, next time I visit, I would like to check out the summertime.
Yeah.
I think that would be cool.
Summer is very nice, yeah.
Yeah.
And you can do so much more stuff. We could go on a bike tour and stuff like that. That's the thing. In Australia, I mean, I think there were bikers, actually quite a few, but I have not often seen determined bike lanes. In Germany, as you can see on the right side, there's a bike lane.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of them everywhere.
Yeah.
Not on every single road, like the road we used before, I don't think it had one. But it's very common, and Germany is a country, generally speaking, that is prepared for a lot of bikers, like cyclists and motorbikes, I guess. But in Australia, I didn't see it as much. What about San Diego in the US? Do you have a lot of roads for bikers, or do they have to drive on the normal street with the cars?
So it depends. You usually have a bike lane.
Yeah.
It's on the road, but it's a specific, designated lane for bikes only.
Yeah.
But sometimes, the bike lane has to merge within the actual street. So.
Okay.
But usually it's quite safe. And a lot of people seem to bike. I mean, nowadays we have, I don't know how it is in like the larger cities in Germany, but nowadays I've noticed that you can basically rent out bikes. I mean, are you familiar with Bird?
No.
Okay, so it's basically...
The Bird?
It's basically a scooter company in which you can basically use an app to use... I never used it before, so sorry if I'm ruining this, actually how it goes, but...
Not sponsored, by the way.
No. You basically use an app to use whatever scooter you find on the side of the road or something. Sometimes they're really messy about it. They just kind of like throw it wherever. But it's basically scooters are called Birds, and you can just pick them up and use them. So it's like another green alternative. They have scooters.
In San Diego?
But different company. There's also rechargeable bikes.
Oh, nice.
That you can rent. So it's all like a renting system. It's pretty cool.
So is it nice to drive with a bike or a scooter through San Diego, or is it more stressful because of the traffic? Or
I would recommend you... I mean, you can't do that like anywhere in San Diego. It's not always nice. But if you go to like the boardwalk or something where you're like next to the ocean, that's very beautiful. You can bike through the park. And you can bark. You can bike through residential areas too, but you know it's not always nice. Like I feel like biking through a residential area in Germany or like somewhere in Europe would be a lot more pleasant. But there isn't a whole lot to see in San Diego unless you actually go out to like. I mean, Belmont Park is really pretty. I'm always going to say Balboa Park is really pretty. And then you could just like go, take a beach cruiser to the beach. And it's really, really beautiful there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to try that, I think. Like the scooter thing, definitely. I mean, I have a license, so... Yeah. Or do you need a license for a scooter? Maybe?
No, it's just, it's a motorized scooter, so you don't need a license for that.
Like, is it a proper one where you sit down, or is it more like a scooter that you just stand on?
Stand on.
Ah,
yeah, they're not like what we call them mopeds.
Ah, like a moped, okay.
Yeah.
Because I do have a motorbike license, even.
Okay, yeah. If it were a moped, you probably need
a license.
Yeah.
Like they do that in Thailand a lot. Like I only visited Thailand. I haven't really lived there. I mean, they don't have bike roads, bike lanes. I don't think. They just have crazy roads that go anywhere, everywhere. And I think they don't have traffic rules. They either not really, at least. Yeah. I mean, maybe general traffic rules, but no one seems to care. Yeah. Because they were going with these tuk-tuks, these little bikes, just everywhere and fast as hell. It looked really dangerous. We were on one that went through Bangkok and was just insane. Yeah. Bangkok wasn't really for me. It was fun for a while, but it was just too much and too polluted, I think, in most areas, and just hot and humid. Yeah.
I hear India is very much like that too. Like bigger cities in India, they just drive everywhere and anywhere, really.
And I heard that people constantly beep their horns on their cars and scooters because they don't really have functioning traffic lights sometimes or something like that.
Yeah.
Or just generally so that they don't kill anyone because they want you to hear them.
Yeah.
That's why they do it.
My friend is Indian, and he's been to India multiple times, and he said that some people call India a honker country. Okay. And it's just because people use their,
horns.
Their horns a lot, exactly.
Yeah, that's not a thing here in Germany. I mean, there's even a law, I think, that forbids you to use your horn in a residential area. Or no, as a greeting sign. I think you can't do it like, hey, do it, something like that.
Oh, I see.
They have a law against that so that people don't abuse the horn or whatever, I don't know, or annoy the shit out of other people.
Yeah.
Is it probably something like that in the US, maybe? I don't know.
I mean,
might be.
I don't think there's a law for that, but obviously if you're being too loud, then someone might call the cops on you, or yeah.
I like how I wanted to talk about what life is like in different cities, and now we're just talking about bike lanes in different cities.
Yeah. Well, we're still talking about
it's life. It's part of life.
Cities,
yeah, exactly. I mean, in London, to get to a different city where I lived for a couple of months at least.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, it was fun, but I didn't, or I don't think it's very bike friendly.
Really?
I do not, I mean, in some parts probably, but in the inner city and stuff, I do not remember seeing many bikes, but I might be wrong. People's memory is really bad. Like, I recently listened to a podcast where they talked about that as well. Like, people, like, if you ask witnesses, like 3 witnesses that witness the same stuff, they will all most likely tell you slightly different stories because they don't remember all the details.
Oh, yeah.
And so I feel like I don't really know if there were a lot of bikes or not. I don't remember that part clearly enough. Like, I feel like there weren't, but I don't want to say anything that might be wrong.
I have this notion, I've never been to the UK, but I have this notion that their streets are really wide.
Really?
Like really big, so you would have plenty of room to bike. I would love to go to like England sometime. I think that would be really cool, yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
Is the weather similar like here?
To here, yeah, pretty much. Always shitty. No, I mean often at least, cold and gloomy and stuff.
Yeah.
That's what the UK are known for. Is known for, I suppose.
Okay.
Like a little bit of shitty weather. Look, they're ripping open the road here.
Look at all these tree trunks.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Cutting down some trees from the forest here. But yeah, the weather is pretty bad often. That's why you see like English people, they are so weather hardened. They walk around in shorts even when it's really cold and shit like that.
Oh, really?
And the girls, for example, in Newcastle, they go out partying. I think Nurgle, and we talked about that, right, the other night?
I think so.
Our friend Nurgle. How they just wear like a belt instead of a skirt. And they don't wear like tights with the mini skirt. And they even, I think, take paracetamols, like painkillers before that with the alcohol, so that they don't feel the cold as much. Yeah, it's really crazy. Like he told me this, and I heard that for the first time out of his mouth. Yeah. So I'm not 100% sure if it's 100% true. Yeah. Some people might do it, some people might not. But it seems to be a thing there, from what he said at least. I know that's not very scientific to just have one opinion and spout it out here on the internet. Sorry about that, but that's what he said. If that's true, that's pretty crazy. And he also mentioned, I think many people have like liver problems because of it, and of all the alcohol consumption there as well, in combination with drugs, which is apparently also another problem there. Yeah, they just, I mean, they are weather hardened, but I mean they kind of cheat. I see, if that's true.
Kind of a sidetrack here. I personally don't like taking painkillers because it's so important to know when something hurts. Yeah. Like, okay, if you know that something hurts, like say for instance you just got back, getting a root canal or something. It's like, okay, well, I know this hurts. It hurts so bad that I can't function. Then I'll take some painkillers. But to take painkillers before you know you're gonna get hurt, that's like, you should probably know when your body is in pain. That way you can stop doing what you're doing. Yeah. It's not healthy.
And I don't understand why they wouldn't wear tights. Do they think it's more sexy if they don't? That is like, I don't know, all access or something like that. I have no idea.
Just cut a hole in the pants.
Exactly. Like, where's the problem with that? Like, whatever. I don't know, like that's obviously now talking bullshit. I have no idea if it's like that or not. I'm just saying, like, why wouldn't you wear tights?
I don't know. I think it's more comfortable. I don't like to wear...
Oh yeah, probably.
I don't like to wear tights when I wear, like dresses or skirts or something, but that's just me.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I enjoyed life in London. At the time, especially because I was in a relationship and stuff like that, and everything was still in that honeymoon phase, I suppose. So you don't really care as much about where you are. But coming back to the city, I mean, I saw the shady areas and stuff like that, the clubs that are just rancid sometimes, or people offering you coke on the dance floor and shit like that. It never happened to me in Germany. I mean, it probably happens, I won't lie. But it happened to me for the first time in London. That's all I can say. So
That's pretty
no.
scary.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah,
Or
to
exciting.
us people who don't take drugs,
Yeah.
that's to normal people, it's scary. But some people would probably really like that. I don't know, but
exactly.
I didn't appreciate it, to be honest. Oh
No.
shit!
What's going on?
Oh shit!
Oh.
That's not good.
Oh no. Looks like an accident?
Yeah, it's an accident for sure.
Oh no. That's a shame. I hope everyone's okay.
Me too. Well, don't want to disturb the accident people.
No.
No, not going to drive there. Got to
Probably,
take a
going
slight
around,
detour, yeah. But anyway, sorry. Yeah, in London, I mean, like I said, London has a lot of beautiful parts as well, and I enjoyed life. And in comparison to Germany, that's probably what people are interested in. It was definitely more busy, obviously. And in comparison to Berlin in specific, because I think that's the best city to compare it to, it's hard to say. I think London is a bit more beautiful, has more architecture that I enjoyed.
Okay.
Berlin definitely has beautiful architecture too,
Yeah.
but when it comes to that, I believe London wins. But Berlin has more this hip and cool kind of vibe, and London has more this royal vibe about it, right?
Yeah.
So it's really, like, it depends on what you're looking for, obviously.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to, because I don't really know a whole lot about Berlin at all, other than it's big, and a lot of people live there. But that's about it. Like, I'm looking forward to seeing the architecture and
Yeah.
getting the vibe of the big city. So.
Yeah, that should be nice. Well, and another place where I lived is just in Germany, in Bielefeld, basically for my studies. And life there was, well, it's not a tiny town, but it's a relatively small town compared to Berlin, for example. It has a castle, a small one. It's nice. Not as beautiful as the one in Bückeburg, to be honest, where we went. At least, I mean, I've never been inside the castle of Bielefeld, so I wouldn't know. It's called the Sparrenburg. Sparrenburg, yeah. And it was nice, but I don't think it compares really to better castles here in Germany. And life in Bielefeld was okay. Like, there was a lot of students things to do, like bars and just going out with other people to clubs and stuff like that. Just typical college life or uni life or whatever.
Yeah.
They do have like a climbing park where you can climb in trees and stuff like that, with like ropes. You're secured with ropes there and stuff. And they have a lot of different activities, but like it didn't really compare to any other big city that I've been to, because it's not a big city. It's a small city where you can have a nice life. Not the most exciting life, depending on what you're looking for, but not bad at all.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to traveling more, like domestically within the U.S. Just because, like, I have friends like in other places that aren't overseas.
Yeah.
For instance, I might go to North Carolina, Atlanta sometime. I have friends over there, and I hear it's really beautiful there. But a big reason why I haven't moved is because I just have it really good in San Diego right now.
Yeah.
And I'm just not really interested in like changing my lifestyle.
Yeah.
You know, that's defined by the place that I'm living in. I just kind of like it in San Diego now. I used to really take it for granted, but it's really nice living next to just about everything I need.
Yeah.
So it's really, really convenient, and it would be a breeze when you come visit sometime.
I would like to, and take the others with me if possible. If not, then I'll come alone at some point.
Look at this place.
Yeah, this is a nice forest. Yeah, that is why I drove here, because I thought this might be more scenic.
This is so like Red Riding Hood.
Kinda, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, someone's peeing on the left there. How Red Riding Hood. But yeah, it's nice.
Okay, now we're done. See that we're out of the forest.
Pea Wood Forest. What did I want to say?
Oh yeah, being close to everything in San Diego.
Oh yeah, that's the only bad thing about living here in the countryside, because you have to drive a long kind of distance every time you want to go anywhere.
Yeah.
So it's kind of annoying in that aspect.
As beautiful as I think it is here, you know, that is definitely an inconvenience.
Yeah, because you saw how long the distances are to get to stuff, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, if you are, for example, if I had a family, like a wife and kids or whatever, then I would probably definitely prefer this. To have a house somewhere with them instead of living in the big city where there's crime and shit like that.
Yeah.
But I feel like I'm too young to like settle down for this life. Even I don't have a girlfriend. Even I don't have kids. So living here is more like for later in life. I feel like.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking constantly about if I should move or not. But it's also like a big financial investment, of course, because now I can really keep down costs when it comes to like rent and stuff like that.
Exactly.
But if I were to move to any big city, obviously that would take a large amount of my income away. That I could spend on other stuff like travel or technology.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth it to move. I think you should take advantage of your situation as much as possible.
Yeah, the only bad thing also is that I don't know enough people that could travel with me, because I'm not one, like we discussed this before, that loves to travel all by himself.
Yeah.
I like to share life experiences with people that are important to me, that are my friends or whatever.
Yeah.
And so it would be nice to have someone to do that with, but other than, I mean, I think you or who else doesn't have a normal job, 9-to-5 job?
Well, I would say Dave, but not anymore.
No, Dave is now in the system, in the slavery system as well. No, just over exaggerating.
Adieu. Good job, dude.
Bye, Dave.
No, bye.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I don't have many YouTuber friends that live close that I could do stuff with all the time. Hint, hint. Yeah, so if you wanna collaborate, peeps out there, and if you're a YouTuber that has like a decent experience or that has decent experience as well, then hit me up when you're in Germany in the north. It would be fun to collaborate or just to travel with people as well.
Yeah, because
that's like a shout out for normal people as well. If you're free often and want to travel but don't have anyone, why not?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about like jobs with everybody the other night, and how I kind of like and sometimes miss the structure of having like a set work schedule.
Yeah.
Just because you know exactly what you're going to be doing and such. But it is really nice to have infinite time for yourself.
Indeed.
And you could be your own boss, and it's really nice. But you know, it's all dependent on your living situation, your expenses, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it's not dependent 100% on. We're not asking just for YouTubers. You know, if you're a freelancer, then you obviously like have a lot more time. Well, it depends on what you do, but you tend to have a lot more time to travel, and that's really nice.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And I'm not saying like that I don't blame my friends obviously for having normal jobs. Most people do. It would just be nice to know at least some people that are free more often that I could do stuff with. Because I mean, my friends, when I tell them this, they say, well, you can just go traveling alone, it's fine. But I'm like, I don't want to.
No, I don't want to either.
Yeah, it's just like, But then when I tell this to my subscribers, they say, when I was young, for example, the older viewership, when I was young, I traveled alone all the time, and it's fine. It probably is, and maybe I should just do it. And I might, but like I just enjoy it too much, having fun with others, talking shit while traveling and stuff like that.
Yeah, just, you know, silly stuff.
Yeah.
Enjoying someone's company.
Indeed.
Is good, because I just don't like it when I experience something by myself and I want to share it with other people, but I can't because I'm alone. And it's like, well, that's unfortunate. Like, I don't prefer that. I could very much do it. We could very much do it. It's like, there's nothing wrong with it. In fact, I very much admire people who do prefer to travel alone, because there are lots of benefits to traveling alone. Mainly, you don't have, your friends to rely on. Like, your friends don't change the structure of your travel plans, for instance. So, maybe your friend wants to go to another part of the city, but you don't that day, or,
And it's much faster.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to organize with what everyone wants, or depending on what everyone wants. And you don't have to discuss everything all the time. You just do what you want to do. You eat where you want to eat.
Exactly.
But for other things, it's like, depends on what you want to do. If you just go taking photos and exploring the city, you can do that on your own, no problem.
Yeah.
But if you want to do activities in those places that might be just more fun with more people, then you might want to wait. Depends on what kind of traveler you are, I suppose.
Yeah, for instance, this trip, and most of my travel trips, unless I'm doing it for work, which is very rare, it's very much dependent on who's available to hang out. And it's like, well, I'm going to Berlin later this trip, but other than that, most of it is like, well, who's free to hang out, who wants to hang out, because that would dictate my day and my plans. So,
but not a lot of people are free,
sadly. So yeah, today it was very much like we were scrambling to figure out what we want to do.
And I need to film videos while you're here as well, obviously. That's why we're doing this. I would have done this probably anyway, but it's more fun together. And so we can, as we say in German, beat two flies with one swat. Is there a saying like that in English? Because in German it's zwei Fliegen mit einer Klappe schlagen.
Kill two birds with one stone.
Oh yeah, exactly. Sorry, I forgot about that actually.
Oh no, that's fine.
But yeah, I think this video is quite long now, like 40 minutes almost. No, wait, yeah, about 40.
Yeah.
So we should end this and film another one maybe tomorrow, so it's getting dark too.
Yeah.
Hope you enjoyed this episode of Cow Thoughts. Let's get ready to ramble with Crystal Wings. You can find her model Instagram page in the video description. Check it out, and well, thank you, Crystal, again for filming with me.
Of course.
And apart from that, thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to get Germanized. Goodbye and auf Wiedersehen. Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Lenz and you're watching Get Germanized, a cultural comparison video with my good friend Crystal from the USA. She's visiting again, and well, we're talking about what we see on the road, I suppose, and what is different this time from last time. And this is the second try we're trying to film this actually, because it just stopped recording for some weird reason.
How did that happen?
Maybe just don't worry about the navigation on the phone, because we're also navigating to somewhere. I'll try to find the way by myself. It's not too difficult, I don't think. And we're just gonna, well, talk. Let's go.
Yeah.
All on board. What should I do?
Ich weiß.
Get Germanized.
So, how is it different? Again, I'm asking you this. How is it different from last time that you visited?
It's very cold.
Very cold.
It's much colder than last time. I can't say exactly like how many degrees colder, but it's enough to where my toes freeze and I have to wear tons of layers. And
you took like 10 to 20 minutes today to figure out how to layer your clothes, right?
I don't need to do that in San Diego.
No,
layer my clothes.
Yeah.
So it's just like, how do you do this?
Just to give people like an example, like you need to do that, otherwise you will freeze here.
Yeah, exactly.
Often people don't believe me, and they come here wearing, you wore like very thin layers at first when you first got here because you didn't know.
No, and it didn't really, like the weather didn't really hit me so hard until like we were walking a lot in the Weihnachtsmarkt.
And with all the wind as well.
Yeah, the wind really is painful.
Yeah, the wind makes it feel a lot colder than it actually is most of the time, so...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so it's smart that you brought layers this time.
Yeah.
She bundled up in the middle of the street.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this is kind of... I know this is like a little weird.
It doesn't matter.
But it's okay. A lot of people mind their own business here, which is amazing.
Yeah, like no one really talks to you unless you ask them something.
Yeah.
Or unless they're like homeless people or whatever. That happens, of course, but...
Yeah.
It's not too bad. Mostly with the homeless people you get in contact with, like at the train stations and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or near the train station area.
Yeah.
Is it the same in San Diego?
Yes. Most of the homeless people are in the downtown area of San Diego, which is, you know, super unfortunate. But there are also lots of like places that they can go to. For that.
You said you can tell by the distinct smell of that area because, of course, when there's a lot of people living on the streets, they have to do their business.
Oh yeah, but that's mostly Los Angeles.
Oh, LA, sorry.
Yeah, I've never really experienced that in downtown San Diego. It's pretty clean, but like Los Angeles is so big.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's pretty smelly there. But yeah.
I mean, areas like that exist for sure in Germany as well, like 100%. In cities especially, because there is just a lot of people, a lot of homeless people as well sometimes. During the Oktoberfest in Munich, I guess it's a big problem as well that people, we call it wild pinkeln, like wild peeing basically. They pee everywhere.
Yeah.
So that exists. But it's, like I said, mostly during big events like that. And I don't live in a city, so I don't really have a problem.
Right.
I don't notice it too much here in the countryside.
I can only imagine what dirty places in Germany looks like.
Oh, you mean like nothing compared to other dirty places or what?
Yeah, or just like, cause I don't know, I have this notion that Germany's pretty clean.
Yeah, but people get surprised when they see like graffiti or something like that in Germany, but we have a lot of graffiti, especially also in the train station areas, and not necessarily only the nice kind with like real nice artwork.
Yeah.
But also just tagging and stuff like that.
Like actual vandalism.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not exactly street art. Because I think in Berlin, like graffiti is a huge part of Berlin.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's mostly like a show of art.
Often. Not always, but often. I mean, some people or some government officials, I suppose, from the city hire taggers, not taggers, but like artists to really put a real nice picture on a wall of something or some somewhere, or to paint over some uglier tagging, stuff like that. So that happens too.
It's like a tattoo.
Yeah, basically a tattoo for the wall. I like that, like Banksy in London, right? He's famous.
Oh yeah, super famous.
Yeah, he does stuff everywhere. He's super rich probably as well. But do you know that the other day he destroyed one of his own paintings?
Yeah, he shredded it, right?
Yeah, that was so cool.
Yeah.
When it was sold in an auction, he activated like a remote-controlled shredder that he built into the frame.
Yeah.
And it just got shredded right after it was sold. It's so freaking funny.
He's like, just kidding.
Yeah, nope, I'm not gonna sell that.
Yeah.
Well, anyway.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we have street art for sure in Germany. But I can't think of like one really famous street artist, like a tagger or whatever. Like not like Banksy or something like that. Do you have something like that in the US? Do you know of any?
Ooh, I mean, not that I know of. I'm pretty sure one exists, but I mean, we have street art too. It's like usually in the side of like buildings that are in like hipstery kind of areas. Like North Park has like a lot of street art, or like building arts on the side of like restaurants and stuff. That's super pretty. But yeah, I actually don't know of any like names that I can give.
Well, maybe you guys out there can help us out with that. Any famous German, well, what do you call them? Graffiti artists?
Yeah, graffiti street artists.
Street
art artists.
Yeah. Street art artists. but not like these people that do the 3D paintings on the floor, but like other stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. It's super pretty out here, by the way.
Yeah, do you have this foliage? I guess not, right? In San Diego, because the sun is out all the time, so it's almost always yellowish, I guess.
We mostly have palm trees.
Ah, that makes sorry, that makes more sense though. Yeah.
I mean, not really. Palm trees are actually not native to San Diego.
Oh, they're not. It's Florida, though, right?
Yes, I think Florida, because it's more like tropical there.
Yeah.
But San Diego's a desert.
Yeah, it's on the other side of the country.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, actually having palm trees in San Diego is very much not good for the water supply.
Oh, that
because
makes sense.
they require a lot of water. So it's a little ironic but you know.
Not very efficient at all, is it?
No, it's not. It's not like Germany.
I mean, in Australia and other places with a high risk of fire, they even constrict, I think, the usage of water every now and then, like in certain seasons of the year, if it gets too hot, because then there's a water shortage, or it could become a water shortage.
Oh man.
So that's not a thing in the US, or in San Diego at least, in California?
Not that I know of. I mean, I think there was a time, at least like where I live, that they like, they basically made it so that you needed to use a timer for your like sprinklers or something, but it wasn't, I don't know. I don't think it's that regulated. But it's just really sad to like go to the park or something, and a place that was once very green is now very brown. Yeah, so I think we're still experiencing like kind of a drought, which is super unfortunate.
I mean, you guys just struggled with these large fires everywhere, right? In Malibu and stuff like that, where all the rich people lost their houses and stuff.
Yeah, it's very sad. I really don't know how things are going up there, because I live in San Diego, so I don't know what it's like in the LA area right now.
Is it common, I mean, for those people probably, to insure your house though? So that they just get the money back, or they can just buy another house?
Oh man.
I would think so, right? Because I mean, that would be the smart thing to do if you buy like a villa, a mansion or whatever.
Yeah. I wonder how the insurance works in cases like those.
Oh, because it might be, what's it called in English, where you can't really help it. It's just something that happens, like higher power or something.
Yeah, because it's like it's almost like when you have issues at the airports.
Yeah.
And like for instance, one time I couldn't go home. I was like stuck in Denver, and they couldn't really help us as much because, well, it wasn't the airline's fault. It was because there was fog and they couldn't fly through the fog, so they just gave us like $100 voucher or whatever for like a hotel.
Okay.
But they couldn't give us anything for free because it wasn't the airline's fault.
Yeah.
So it's kind of the same way, I think, in like housing situations where it's like, well, you know, the insurance only covers so much. Like, it's not their fault that a fire happened, for instance. So unfortunately they can't really help out with that, but what do I know? I don't own a house, so.
Well, I mean, it's not. When I went to the US, I used Delta Airlines, just to come back to the flight thing, and they canceled the flight because of this massive international server outage they had. It was my first flight to the US, and we stayed at the airport all day in Germany, right? And I was waiting, and then they at some point said, "Oh, sorry, you hear some food vouchers, here's some drinks vouchers and stuff like that for the airport." And then we got on the plane, and they said, "Well, sorry, the flight is canceled anyway." So basically, we got on the plane, and we had to get off the plane again. Then they gave us like a hotel, and well, I stayed a night, and then next day I got another flight, upgraded to business class, so that was pretty cool.
That's nice.
And in the end, because of European law, that's why I'm telling this story. When a flight starts in Europe, or maybe even just a German airport, I'm not sure. But anyway, when it's the airline's fault and the flight gets cancelled and it lifts off European ground or whatever, and they have to reimburse you for, I think, a certain amount. So I got like 600 euros from them back.
Oh wow.
And I still flew to the US, right? I just was paid for half the flight.
The inconvenience, Well, that's nice.
I mean, what they tried to do is because they didn't publicly say, "Hey, we owe you $600, right?" I found out about that through like a different passenger that talked to me about it. But what they did, the airline, a few months later after the flight, they sent me like an email saying, "Hey, we offer you this 200 euro voucher to make up for that time you missed your flight or whatever." And They're sneaky bastards, because if you accept that, you don't have a right probably to the 600 euros anymore.
Oh, I see.
Those sneaky fuckers, I thought.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder how that would have worked out.
Yeah, and so, I mean, I got my money in the end and everything was cool, so it was worth having to wait one day at the airport.
That's still super inconvenient, though.
Yeah, I mean, it was one day less on my trip, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, but stuff like that, the law is pretty good sometimes like that.
I wonder what's gonna happen, because I'm here until the 11th
Mhm.
of December, so I wonder if I'm gonna get stranded here again for a couple days, because that's what happened last time I tried to go home.
Mm.
I mean, I hear that airline strikes are pretty common here, which is what happened last
Oh, yeah.
time. Yeah, it's like Lufthansa was striking or something.
That would be a big coincidence, though, if that was to happen again to you.
Yeah, it would be a big coincidence, but it's like, that's kind of why I wish to go home a little earlier than planned. Like, I'm pretty sure if I stayed an extra week, it would be fine, but I don't want to come home and then immediately celebrate Christmas, for instance. It's just like, okay, I want to have some time.
Settle down.
Yeah,
A
exactly.
little bit and stuff like that.
And recuperate because of the jet lag and stuff too.
Yeah.
But yeah, that would be interesting if it happened to me again. But if it happens to me again, I have some leeway.
Especially since my friend Sergio from Bremen, and our friend Sergio from Bremen, offered that he could stay with him for the day before, I think, or...
Yeah, it's like I
like
could
that.
stay with him like the night of the 10th or something.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, because I was originally planning on like staying at the airport the whole time because I have a super early flight
Yeah.
back. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get any sleep that night.
No, I never sleep well when I know that I have to get up early.
Super early.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whoa.
What's that?
Oh no, just the trees are so pretty.
They are indeed.
So many trees.
But it's not as colorful anymore
No, it's not.
as it was like a couple of weeks ago, because, I mean, it's getting into winter and all the leaves are flying off the trees now.
Yeah.
So, and it's getting much colder as well, as you noticed.
Yes. Ooh.
Huh?
Yeah. The window's very cold.
The window's cold. Yeah, that does make sense. From the outside, at least.
But all the trees.
Yeah, we planned on just talking about random stuff we see, but this road is just the same over and over
A little.
a little bit, because I mean the main road to where we're going is actually the Bückeburg Christmas market. I guess we could talk a bit about the Christmas market. So, what do you like about them?
Well, I basically went to like 3 so far. I think 3, right? Like in Bremen.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was interesting. Like, so in San Diego, they have a thing called December Nights, and it happens in Balboa Park, which is like the most popular city park in San Diego.
Yeah.
And it's very nice. Well, look at this place.
That's I think an old atomic reactor or something.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Maybe it's coal. I'm not sure. It always reminds me of The Simpsons.
Oh.
That thing, because it looks the same, but I'm never sure. I think it might be though, like one that is not active anymore, but you still have to like cool it. I think, right?
Oh yeah.
So that there's nothing happening.
That's crazy looking.
Might be coal though, because of all the chutes on the side there on the left.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I
coal
can.
chutes or something. I'm not sure.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But anyway, in San Diego we have a thing called December Nights, and it's a really pretty like Christmas event at the public local park.
Yeah.
But it's only 2 nights.
Oh.
It's only 2 nights, and the entire city knows about it.
Okay.
Which means that the entire city tries to attend this event.
Oh shit.
And traffic, public transportation, it's a disaster.
Okay.
It's absolutely disastrous. And so it would be nice if December Nights was a thing throughout the entire month,
Oh yeah.
like it is here in Germany.
Not just one day.
Not just one day, or not just 2 days in one area.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's absolutely insanity. absolutely insanity. Absolutely insane. English. But yeah, it's pretty crazy, and I like how in Germany they have multiple Christmas markets throughout the entire country.
Yeah.
Because then they don't have that problem.
Indeed. Yeah, I mean, we have them all over the place, and for like almost a month, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
From like the 28th of November, sorry, until let's say the 24th. That is like Holy Evening, Heiligabend. That's
Yes.
when Germans celebrate Christmas on the 24th.
Okay, cool.
On the evening of the 24th.
Yeah.
And not on the 25th, like in, the US, for example. And I'm pretty sure in other countries too.
Yeah.
Isn't it the same in Britain too?
I think so, but now that you mention it, that you guys celebrate on the night of the 24th,
Yeah.
I wonder if that has some sort of like, well, Christmas is like somewhat religious in and of itself, but the day that you celebrate it, I wonder if that has any like religious meaning, because at least where I'm from, like my parents used to go to like mass basically in their Catholic church the night before Christmas.
Oh yeah.
And so they would celebrate Christmas after mass. So I wonder if that has any like similarities to it.
I mean, many people go to mass, to class on the 24th, like in the afternoon,
Yeah.
before unwrapping the presents and before eating. Some do it after. Like there's even mass at like 10 p.m. or something like that, or midnight mass, or
Yeah.
like all through the day basically on the 24th. What I usually do is I stay at my parents' house and do the food kind of stuff. Like I look after the food basically,
Oh yeah.
like the roast and stuff, make sure that it doesn't burn. I put like fluids on it, whatever. It sounds weird. It came off wrong, but you know what I mean. I look after the food, and
Yes.
when I was a kid I went to church as well, but not so much these days anymore.
Yeah.
But it is definitely a thing people do here,
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
I wonder what the inside of one of these huge churches looks like.
Well, you will be able to see, not a church, I guess, a castle here at the Christmas market in a bit.
That'd be sick.
The big churches, we could go to Cologne one day.
That would be awesome. 'Cause
And
I see the Kölner Dom.
yeah,
all the
that's what I
time.
mean, the
Yeah.
Cologne cathedral even. It's a
Yes.
cathedral. It has the remnants, like a relic it has in there, with the remnants of the three kings, apparently.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty sick, if you're into that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Religion and stuff. But yeah, very holy.
But is it real?
Yeah, you never know, right? You
Yeah.
never know. But it's apparently a very holy place for the church.
Oh man.
Yeah, and you can climb on top of it.
Oh man.
Climb up like a narrow stairway that goes round and round and round,
That's
like a
crazy.
tower kind of thing.
Yeah.
Costs like $3 or something to get up.
Oh man.
It's pretty high. It's pretty cool.
I at least want to see how big this building is,
Yeah.
because everyone says that it's just gigantic.
Yeah, it's pretty massive.
It's like one of the biggest churches here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Or if not the biggest one.
I'm not 100% sure about that. Could very well be, I think.
Yeah. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, we can definitely go there, and I recommend everyone who is near Cologne to at least give it a look-see, because it's very pretty. One of my favorite buildings in Germany, but a lot of construction going on.
There
all
seems
the
to be
time.
a lot of construction. Yeah. Just
get-
preservation.
Yeah, exactly. Preservation, because it's super old, and we want to keep it for as long as possible, obviously.
Yeah. But yeah, there are like other places that I want to go see, but most of it has to do with like where my friends are.
Yeah.
Just to make things a bit more convenient, but also just to like kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I mean, I try to do that too. When I know someone in a country, try to stay with them. And we talked about going to your place in San Diego at some point as well, right? Kevin, Sergio, and I maybe, or how many people are allowed? I don't actually know, but what did you say?
Everybody.
Everybody.
I have space, I'm telling you.
So yeah, but it's smart. The smart thing to do, because the flight alone is expensive already, right? And then
yeah.
if you do stuff there, it's gonna cost you.
Yeah.
So I'm still looking for people in Tokyo, by the way. If anyone knows anyone in Tokyo that we can stay with, hint. Very direct hint. But no, I mean that's always a smart thing to do, and I try to do it as much as possible, just so that I can spend more money while I'm there,
Yes.
instead of paying for the accommodation or for the flight. I mean, usually have to, but sometimes it works out.
Yeah. That'll be good.
Yeah, Germans are very particular about traveling. They try to plan everything ahead. Is it a thing in San Diego tour? Do you just wing it? I mean, you just, how do you say it? Winged it. Wang it?
Wang it?
Wang it. You just wang it.
Oh my god. I mean, I say wang it.
Wang
People
it.
say winged it.
Winged it. I don't know what the actual correct form here is because I never use it.
Yeah.
Winged it, probably.
I'm being spontaneous.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's just say it that way.
Yeah.
But, I mean, to a certain degree, I like to have some structure in my trips too. But there's nothing wrong with having a couple days where you're just kind of, you know, doing
roaming
whatever
around.
you want. Like yesterday was, I mean, it kind of makes sense, but yesterday was just like a chill day.
Yeah.
Let's go get groceries,
Played Overwatch.
hang out, played Overwatch, 30 FPS.
Yeah. And you still killed everyone.
Yeah, I still did pretty decent, I guess.
Yep,
But who knows? I mean, it was quick play.
Indeed.
But yeah, and then we just watched a bunch of movies, and it was pretty sick. Like, that was good. I actually really needed that because I needed to sleep.
Yeah, these jet lag off days are necessary.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
Kevin had one of those days when we were in Japan. Do you remember that? Or did you stay in as well, actually, with Kevin?
I mean, I had an in day.
I think that might have been the day because Maria and I went with her friend
Oh, yeah.
to the Purikura machines, these photo machines.
Yeah, I don't know if I didn't know if Kevin was like sick or just experiencing jet lag or something. I think he just wanted to go home, but I didn't know why.
Home?
Or to the Airbnb rather.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he was jet lagged. I think tired.
Okay, yeah. Me, so Japan is great, but for me it was a little too crazy. It was just like lots of stimulus, lots of stimuli everywhere.
I mean, it's the biggest city in the world with a completely different culture from ours.
So different, yeah.
So it just makes sense.
So
That's what I liked about it, though. Like, because I felt like a kid in a candy store with stuff to explore everywhere, basically.
Yeah.
Something
I totally
I've never seen
understand.
before. Yeah.
But it was just a little too much for me. It's like so many people.
Yeah. That's true. But very orderly people. Most of the time. It felt more like a bee kingdom or like an anthill where it's very organized, even though there's like massive amounts of creatures roaming around everywhere, like people.
It was pretty good.
Because in other big cities, people bump into each other all the time and stuff. I would think, but it didn't really happen there, so that was quite good.
Yeah.
But I understand. Germany. I mean, is Germany like that for you? A bit overwhelming, or is it okay? I mean, the countryside is fine, I guess.
I still need to dabble around a bit more in larger cities to figure that out, but
I mean, you're gonna go to Berlin, so
yeah, but everywhere else we've been to, like back in 2015 and like this trip, it's been pretty chill.
Yeah.
Like that's what I like. Oh my god, that's so pretty. I wish you guys could see that.
Yeah, people can't see. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's a river.
It's a river and there's like a huge boat.
Don't even tell them what you see. Just, oh, that's so
There's
pretty.
a dragon.
There's a dragon over there. So sad that you can't see it.
Oh my god, that was so cute.
Look at
Fahren, and then it tells you like how fast you're going, and then it's like if you're under the speed limit, there's a happy face.
Yeah, that's the thing here.
It's cute.
Especially in like areas where there could be kids or like on their way to school and stuff like that. People have these signs all the time that they put up themselves often, where it says "Vorsicht, Kinder."
Oh yeah.
Like basically, be careful. There's kids.
Just kids, yeah.
Be aware of the kids. They're dangerous.
Yeah, but everything, I don't know. I still get the same feeling that I did when I came here first.
Yeah.
The first time. it's just so cozy. It's just so cozy everywhere.
I agree.
Yeah, it's just like, oh my god, I need a cup of tea with me right now. It's just, it's nice. But yeah, I feel like people get the wrong vibe. Maybe it's just, this is what I experience. I don't think anyone's mean here. I mean, I hear that in big cities when you go out to eat, the waiters and waitresses can be pretty mean.
I mean, depends really. Like, I've been to Berlin eating out there a couple of times
I
already.
never experienced that, I just, what I've heard.
Yeah, me neither. I haven't really experienced that. At McDonald's, sometimes people are pretty rude. For example, very rarely as well. They try to be friendly, but like here in Bremen, where we went to this McDonald's upstairs, he wasn't directly rude to us, but you could tell that one guy really hated his job there. Like he was walking around like very slow and really like talking to himself all the time, like
Oh no!
like that.
Yeah.
And every time there was a customer leaving something on the table, he was like, "Oh yeah, don't pick it up," or something like that.
Oh my god!
Yeah, so he hated his life. You could pretty much tell.
Oh yeah.
That's sad.
It's bad going to work in a mood like that. It's very. I feel you, dude.
Yeah.
I got it.
And you might have just had a bad day, so who knows, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But usually I don't experience very rude waiters or waitresses. In Munich, during the Oktoberfest, but that could also have to do with people just being fed up with tourists at some point. One of the waiters was pretty, like, not rude, but very, how do you say that, short?
Like short fuse, like...
No, he didn't talk much. Like, he was very abrupt with his statements and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
As if he didn't have a lot of patience for our wishes or whatever we wanted.
Okay,
so,
He was super impatient.
Yeah,
yes, yeah.
kind of. So, yeah. Well, that happens. Look at that.
That's
in the background
gorgeous.
there. That's pretty mountain region. Similar to where I live, actually. Not actually right where I live, but like 30 kilometers from where I live.
It's pretty.
Yeah.
I was thinking, not necessarily like a hike, but I think it would be a pretty cool thing to go up to like a high area.
Yeah.
So that we can see like the city or the town or whatever. I think that'd be nice.
I'm down for that.
Yeah. I mean, there's always the Harz region, but like it's like really, really, it takes a while to get up there, right?
It takes a while to get up there. It would probably be best to also have like an Airbnb or room somewhere so that you don't have to drive there and then hike and then drive back the same day. That's pretty exhausting.
How far is that from your place?
I'm not 100% sure. Definitely a couple of hours.
Okay.
It's not super close.
Is it true that there's a place at the very top where you can take pictures with owls?
The first time I hear about it, but I mean, it's very possible.
Maybe it's not the Harz region. Maybe I'm getting confused with another place.
We have something called an Affenberg, a monkey mountain or something. Like, it's basically a place similar to what I experienced in Thailand, where like monkeys can climb up on you and you feed them with like bananas and stuff.
What? You have that here?
Not here, but like somewhere in Germany, because I saw it in another YouTuber's videos once.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Where basically he said, "Oh, the hitchhiker again." Oh, that happens so rarely.
Oh man.
Huh.
I was like someone considering doing that, but
hitchhiking.
Yeah.
I talked about that in my recent video, actually, how it's pretty dangerous, but I mean, people do it every now and then.
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily, I mean, again, depends on you, how safe you feel with doing that, and how like good you are when it comes to, I don't know, self-defense situations and shit like that. But as a girl, generally, I wouldn't do it. I don't think if I was a girl, I probably would think twice about doing that. But I mean, in Germany, it's relatively safe to do it still, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not so much in other countries. I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't really know, because I've only hitchhiked once in my entire life.
I've never hitchhiked. So.
Yeah, and it wasn't anywhere too, I mean, it could have been sketchy, you never know with people, but it was just like within San Diego. I just had to get somewhere like immediately, so it was just like, help! So
I think that's fine though, like in your own city.
Yeah.
I guess. I mean, could also
You never know.
You never know.
Yeah.
I mean, you could just draw the shortest straw there is and get in the hands of like some psycho or whatever. But
Exactly.
I mean, what are the chances, to be honest? But still, it could happen.
Yeah, exactly.
It could, but to be honest, you can't go through life like that, though. Like, oh, it could happen. Like,
Yeah.
just do it, and if it happens, it happens, I suppose. But still, you don't need to tempt fate too much either, I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah. For example, that's why I have never traveled to countries like Colombia or even Mexico or something like that, because I hear it's quite dangerous sometimes. Like, you can get kidnapped or just mugged or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm like, why would I put myself in situations where that could happen?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's scary because you just never know.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't matter where you are, you know.
But generally, Germany is very safe. You can do a lot of stuff without feeling scared. You can walk through a city even in the nighttime most of the time if you don't go into sketchy areas.
Yeah, I remember when I first came here, we were walking in Hamburg, and I pointed at an alley, and I was like, "Oh, scary," and you're like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "It's an alley. Alleys are scary," and you're like, "Well, you don't have to worry about that here."
I don't really have that concept in my mind of alleys like being scary. That's just because I grew up in Germany where everything is relatively safe. So
Yeah, because I mean, maybe it was because of this too, but when I was little, like one of my teachers told like me and the entire class, never ever ever go down an alley by yourself
really,
or at all.
huh?
And I was like, okay.
Well, I mean, it really depends on where you are, right? So it made sense for your teacher to tell you that where you live,
Yeah.
I guess.
Ooh, architecture is getting a little different here.
That's the castle of Wuerzburg, I think, or some pretty building, because we are in Wuerzburg right now.
All right.
It would be really mean if we were to end the video now, but the video is already really long.
Yeah. Woo.
Yeah, it's pretty narrow here, and people park everywhere because of the market.
Oh.
The Christmas market. So yeah,
I think we should maybe just find parking.
I think so
First.
too. Actually, so yeah.
Then we could end the video.
Indeed.
And then show people around. Maybe.
Indubitably. Oh, that is a pretty building, but it's not the castle. Something else. I haven't seen that one yet.
Oh, looks a little bit like the castle. I don't know.
Yeah, parking's a good idea actually. But where? Damn, people park everywhere, left and right.
Wow, it's super narrow.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can actually make that. Like, how are you supposed to get in there? You driving?
You're good over here.
Okay. I guess. Otherwise, like how? I mean, the camera just turned off anyway, the other one. So I guess we're ending this video. Thanks for tuning in, guys, and we will film probably another video or two with Crystal in it. Check out her Instagram, it's in the video description, because she's a model, so check her out. If you want to book her, there you go. And apart from that, thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to get Germanized. Goodbye and auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Lenz and you're watching Get Germanized, your first impression of Germany.
I am bored. What should I do?
Ah, ich weiß.
Get Germanized.
I've asked you, members of the Germ fam, on the, well, worldwide Instagram about what things you noticed the first time around when you came to Germany. May it be positive things, negative things, surprising things, or just weird things. And you've answered on Instagram, and I'm also going to go through some of my own, well, experiences which I found out about, well, that foreigners think it's weird, for example, when I talk to friends that came to Germany for the first time, but mainly your experiences. So I'd say we'll just get started right away. Lasst uns anfangen. First up, OMFG, you really go crazy on New Year's Eve. There's fireworks everywhere, says Mr. Gotham. Yeah, that is true, precise, and some people really hate it. I mean, I've celebrated New Year's Eve in a big city only a couple of times in my life, right? Because I'm from the countryside, as you can see. But let me tell you, it was intense in comparison. For example, in Bremen, it just sounds like you're in Vietnam. or in some kind of war zone, because I mean the echoing, the noise, the sound gets so much louder, right? Because of all the buildings, it like echoes from wall to wall, and just, I don't know, I had to cover my ears at some point because it was so loud. And apparently people put rockets down on the street for fun in certain areas of the city, and then yeah, they go all out insane. And some people even get like illegal foreign fireworks, like from China or from Poland or something like that, where they don't always have these very strict, restrictions. And so there are people who end up with limbs torn off, and that's pretty intense, obviously. So yeah, I don't think anyone really expects this, since in the US I think it's pretty civilized. Actually, I'm not sure on Independence Day. Do you guys do crazy stuff like that as well? I wouldn't know, but I assume you would, but I haven't heard about that. I just see parades and like controlled fireworks most of the time. And all in all, I think fireworks in Germany is still very well controlled. It's just some black sheep every now and then that want to, well, be insane, be crazy, and do all that dangerous stuff. But all in all, it's still pretty okay, I would say. We have all different kinds of fireworks, and shops are only allowed to sell fireworks, I think, a couple of days before New Year's Eve, the 31st of December here in Germany as well. We call it Silvester. And you hear sometimes kids and other people a couple of days before New Year's Eve start some fireworks. I don't think that's necessarily legal, but I'm not 100% sure if it's illegal. So, I mean, you will hear it. If you really want to do it, just don't do it in public. And I think you'll be fine, because people just expect it like around New Year's Eve. And I think a day or so after New Year's Eve, it's fine as well. But yeah, all in all, Mr. Gotham is right. People go batshit crazy when it comes to fireworks in Germany sometimes. The rest of the year, you really don't hear fireworks at all. Like, it is super rare if you were to hear fireworks apart from the 31st of December or around that date. If you hear it in May or something like that, it's really rare. Maybe someone used it for a wedding or something like that, but mostly in all my years here, all my 32 years in Germany, or most of them I spent in Germany, I suppose, I've never heard many fireworks at all outside of that, time zone. So keep that in mind as well. Next up, a comment by Fenris Music 86. Well, she went to the Hurricane Festival in Schesel and found out that, the camping sites weren't open yet. And they had to stay somewhere else for those days. Yeah, that is the thing. Definitely the campsites are only open, I think, 2 days or so before the actual festival starts. It's different from, depending on the festival, right? Rock am Ring might have different dates or different times in comparison to the Hurricane Festival or the Mera Luna Festival or the Wacken Open Air, right? So definitely keep that in mind if you want to attend a festival and are not sure when you should travel there. If you want to be an early bird, make sure that you're not a super early bird and miss, or come too early actually, for the opening of the camping grounds, because that can be pretty annoying, I assume. Next up, another comment by Fenris saying, Bremen was the first place I visited and made me want to learn German. It's so beautiful and pretty. I kind of agree. Bremen is a great place, and that's why I always suggest it to people as well. If they ask me, where in Germany should I go? What's the best place to visit? And I always say, I like Germany a lot. I like Bremen a lot. Yeah, I like Germany too, obviously, but Bremen is definitely a good city with nice architecture, with, just all in all, I would say at least nice people as well. I mean, that is difficult to generalize, because any city would have some weird people, some unfriendly people. But Bremen, all in all, is pretty cool. Lots of stuff to do. Good for maybe an extended weekend trip, maybe 4 days or something like that. I don't think you will need much more to see all of it, because Bremen is all in all not a major metropolis or anything like that. It's a city, but not like a gigantic city. It's cozy feeling, I think, at least. Next up, a comment by Sissa saying her first time in Germany started with a fire in her hotel. And the fire, like, she didn't wake up, so the firemen had to come and wake her up and knock on the door. That is crazy. Imagine you go somewhere for the first time in your life, a new country, and of course the hotel is on fire. Oh my God, the shock, the trauma. Have you ever been back to Germany ever since? I wonder, because that would definitely, well, make me think twice about revisiting that country. Even if it's like, it's of course not the country's fault, right? It might have been a million different reasons why there was a fire that day. Could have been just a cigarette butt that one of the guests forgot about. Anything, really. Doesn't have to do anything with Germany, most likely. But yeah, it's definitely traumatizing and, well, scary as well to think about it. Well, I'm glad you made it out there alive. Next up, a comment by Chris Patrick Jones. Bottle recycling at the front of the shops, and not everyone drinks out of steins. Did you really think that we Germans would drink everything out of steins all the time? Well, I mean, we might have done that in Bavaria. Maybe people do. No, okay, that's nonsense, of course. We do use normal glasses and mugs. Steins are often only used for beer, or in specific also for wheat beer. Any beer, really, to be honest. You will find that in Bavaria more often so than in other parts of Germany, like massive glass or porcelain or ceramic, whatever, steins. Krüge, we call them in German. Maß in Bavarian German. It's a liter of alcohol, basically, that you can chuck down or enjoy and sip on, whatever you prefer, really. But yeah, only in southern Germany, I would say, at least. I mean, they exist. I have like 5, or so now I have 3 probably. But only because I kind of think it's funny to have like a massive stein of alcohol. Next up, a comment by Varko saying, giving tips was uncomfortable and awkward for an introvert. Giving tips the German way, I suppose, because yeah, how we do it is we confront the person, right? Meaning we say, hey, okay, here, if they say, for example, it costs you 30 euros and you want to tip them, then you have to say, here, make it 32 if you give them like 40 or like something like that, right? Then they give you back the change, and everyone knows exactly how much you've tipped, and the people around you and around the table know as well how much you've tipped. And that is just the German way of doing things, to be honest. Some restaurants have adapted it and changed the behavior a little bit, at least, right? So they give you like a little checkbook, and then there's the bill inside, like similar to the US, and then you can pay what you owe, and I guess just say the rest is tip, right? You collect it, you put it in there, and then you say the rest is tip. And well, I mean, a little bit weird, because if they don't count it, then you could just, you know, have given too little. But if you give too much, I mean, not too much, if you give the right amount and tip very little, they wouldn't know either, unless they check right away, which they don't in that scenario, at least. But yeah, that's a different kind of tipping that exists, but more common still is, I would say, to tip them in cash. Because also, often, if you tip them with your card and say, hey, make it out this and that much, then often they don't get the tip. It's not possible for some reason, right? So definitely make sure that you tip them in cash, if you want to tip them, that is. Next up, a comment by Noah Wessels. Saying, I really liked it. I visited the Christmas market in Aachen last year. And greetings from the Netherlands. Greetings back from Germany. Also, I love Christmas markets. I completely understand why foreigners are often amazed and enchanted by them when they see them for the first time. I mean, you do have them in other countries as well, I know that much. But in Germany, I think it's always special with this old architecture and all of that. It's just nice. It's something that you don't see every day if you come from the US, where many buildings are rather new in comparison. And it seems often, at least to many foreigners, like straight out of a fairy tale. Which I get if you are in really old cities, and they might even have castles that are nicely decorated and nicely, well, lit. Christmas lights everywhere. I get it. It's nice. And I always go every year, multiple times. Last year I visited as many in 1 year as I've never visited before, because my friend Crystal from the US was there at the time, and we actually made videos, car thoughts videos as well, where we talked about different topics and also the Christmas market. So check that out if you haven't yet. Something else I have heard about many times was that people were surprised that you can actually eat vegetarian or vegan, or they can be a vegan or vegetarian in Germany, because often it is assumed that that is just not possible due to the hearty foods. We eat a lot of meat dishes, a lot of potato dishes and all of that, but there's also really a lot of vegetarian and even vegan options these days in restaurants. And if you just want to eat at home, you won't have any problem whatsoever, because supermarkets have everything you need for a vegan lifestyle, for a vegetarian lifestyle. They have even these fake meat products. I've talked about that a couple of times before as well. I have actually been vegetarian for 2.5 years, basically just to see if I could do it, what I felt like. I felt fine, but I'm sadly a carnivore at heart. Well, to disappoint many of my viewers, I'm sure. I'm sorry. It's just something, I found, I don't know. I eat meat every now and then, more fish. I try to eat more fish now these days, actually, and also try to eat more vegetables again and be healthier in general. I think I talked about this on Instagram as well. But all in all, I started eating meat again for various reasons, but also it was not a big deal to be vegetarian here in Germany at all. You can do it very easily, even if you're out and about. Maybe not everywhere, but in many places. So don't worry if you come here as a vegetarian, and you want to eat something, because there is going to be options for you as well. Next up, a comment by Imkatatonic. I really tried to speak German in Munich, so in Bavaria, but I really didn't understand anything the locals said. Well, I mean, you chose the wrong place to improve your German. That's the problem. Many people always want to go to Bavaria to, I don't know, I guess because they know it from movies, they know it from pictures, and it looks really nice. And people do speak High German, but not everyone. I think a big majority, or like at least lots of people, still speak in the Bavarian dialect in their daily lives, especially older generations. And that will make it just so much harder for you as a newbie to German to improve and to learn. And maybe you learn just the Bavarian dialect stuff, and that is not necessarily something I would recommend. Not saying that Bavarian German isn't German, but they have so many slang terms that the rest of Germany has probably never heard about, or very rarely heard about, or it's just very uncommon to use them in any other part of Germany. So make sure you go to a place like Bremen or like Northern Germany, where most of the German is High German, Standard German. I mean, we do have Northern slang as well, like moin, 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 but I actually really enjoy it. I mean, servus can be nice too, I guess. Servus, or grüß Gott, but I heard actually that grüß Gott is not really used anymore. And I mean, a comedian once said, Michael Mittermeier, and I'm pretty sure this isn't true. He said you only say greet God if you meet someone that you don't like, because if they greet God, they're dead, they die. So you only say that to people you don't like. But that is, I don't think it's true. It's just old-fashioned, and that's probably why people don't say it anymore. But yeah, definitely, well, any place where they speak dialect-free or almost dialect-free German is recommended. Another comment, actually, one of the people that had a comment before said that they think Germans are too nice because we Germans always start speaking in English as soon as we notice that a foreigner is not German or speaks English as their main language, right? And that is pretty true, I would say. It's a bit sad for, well, those who really want to practice their German, and if they followed my advice and came to a place in northern Germany, for example, where they speak High German and still can't practice because we Germans just want to accommodate you and also practice our own English, to be honest. That happens, right? That happens, and also it might result in, well, people speaking in English all the time to you, or as soon as they notice a slip up, because they think, oh, I'm going to make it easier for you, right? I'm going to speak in your language because that language you can actually speak. No, but I think many Germans don't mean it in a negative way. They just want to help you out. But it can be frustrating, I'm 100% sure. So maybe if that happens, just ask them, hey, you know, would it be a big problem if we could continue speaking in German? I want to practice. I know I'm not very good yet, but please be patient with me, and I'm sure they'll understand if you do that. So don't worry too much and enjoy your time here speaking German as much as you can, at least. Well, something obvious, of course, also in regards to Bavaria, is that people don't always wear lederhosen and dirndl. I think I've talked about this a million times before, but some people might still believe this. It's a false belief, obviously, but it might happen that people still believe that. And yeah, it's not really common though. In Bavaria more so, not that much other than that. Next up is, of course, the drinking age in Germany is pretty low in comparison to other countries. 16 for beer and wine and 18 for hard liquor. That being said, I believe if your parents are present, they might allow it a little bit earlier at the age of 14 or something like that. Not hard liquor, obviously, but like a sip of wine or something like that. Or even if that is not the law, many people do it, right? They give their kids something at like 14, which I don't approve of, to be honest, because alcohol does have pretty bad consequences. I mean, we all know this, for the developing body of a teenager or child, right? So definitely don't do that. I would agree with 18 should be, even for beer, should be like the youngest age people should start drinking, because it's just so bad for your body. I mean, I don't drink as much alcohol anymore as I used to, because I felt so much better when I stopped drinking as much, right? I drink every now and then for special occasions when I'm out with friends, like I said, every now and then. But all in all, it's pretty bad. We all know this. And same in Germany. Germany, I think, has an alcohol problem insofar that a lot of people just drink way too much. And I know Germany is known for their beer and stuff like that, so it's no surprise. I don't think we have many public people that suffer from alcoholism, right? And if they do, people don't think they're alcohol, how do you say that? Addicted to alcohol, right? Alkoholiker, we say in German. Because it's just so normal to have a beer, even a beer after work every day. Imagine that. A beer every day. That makes you an alcoholic. That's the English word. I couldn't come up with it before. An alcoholic, technically at least. And even if you were to drink a lot every weekend, that would technically also classify you as some kind of alcoholic. So it's a really slippery road, right? You get there really fast. So I would be very careful at drinking too regular, and especially when you start drinking like from Monday till Friday, or a couple of days that are not the weekend. And like I said, even just the weekends, if you overdo it every week, is definitely bad for you. So yeah, anyway. Next up, a comment by Madame Vivian Fontana saying she visited Germany for the first time only for 5 hours, but that was the first time in her life that she saw snow. And that is pretty amazing to me. I know that some people don't know snow and have never seen snow, right? And in Germany, to be honest, it's not super common where I live anymore because, well, it has become a little bit rare due to, I don't know, climate change or just warmer temperatures in general. Yeah, climate change. So, yeah, but it's funny if someone from the desert comes to Germany for the first time and sees snow for the first time in their lives. How cool is that? I would love to see that, or would love to experience that myself, because I don't remember what I felt like when I saw snow for the first time. Probably pretty amazed and excited as a kid, right? Building a snowman for the first time is just absolutely fantastic, or building a snow fort in a way and having a snowball fight with your friends. All these things, very precious memories from my first time seeing snow. So yeah, I understand. It's pretty dope. It's pretty damn amazing. So I would say that's the first episode of, well, surprising things that people have told me about when they came to Germany for the first time, right? Or weird things or nice things. If you have any more of these, leave them down in the comments below. This was just a starter episode. I bet there are many more different experiences that you have made during your first visit here in Germany, or maybe if it was your second visit, or any early on surprises, your culture shocks, so to speak, that you have experienced here in good old Deutschland. So let me know about all of that. Follow me on my social media, also linked in the video description. You can also become a channel member. Click on the little join button next to the subscription button if you want to support this channel. And apart from that, thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to get Germanized. Goodbye and auf Wiedersehen.